will be a star freelancer. Learn new skills. Set your goals, increase your skills. Browse over 100 plus videos and ebooks. Jump to starfreelancer.eu.
Alright, so let's have a look on the project that we are going to build in this course. So we are presented with the login screen here. If let's say if we want to sign up a new user, let's click on the sign up and we can sign up a new user here. Let's sign up maybe a new user, let's say John, last name will be Doe, and email we can give, let's say john@john.com, password 12345, sign up. So once we sign up, we can log in. Okay, so let me click here on login, and here let's log in with John. So basically we need to provide email and the password. Login, and once we log in, we can see what all different users we have and we can chat with. Okay, so let me log in here also. So let me pick any of the users. Let's pick maybe Ramesh. Okay, yeah, let me log in here as a Ramesh@ramesh.com, and password will be 12345. Login. Okay, there you go. So we have our application open in both of the browser. Here we want to chat with Ramesh. Okay, so we are here logged in as a John, and here I'm logged in as a Ramesh. So let me chat with John. Okay, so let's send a message from here. Hi Ramesh, how are you? If I click on send, boom, there you go. You can see we sent a message, and this person received a message in real time. This is so awesome. Okay, now from here we can reply to this John Doe. Okay, so Ramesh can reply to John Doe. Let's say I am good, and let's send it, and boom, there you go. I sent it, and here I can receive the message in real time. We can also see the timestamp when this message was sent or received. All right, so this is the application that we are going to build. We have real time one-to-one communication going on here. Finally, I can click on this logout button to log out. So this is a simple application that we are going to build. Alright, so before we go ahead and start using GraphQL, let's first understand what is GraphQL and why we need GraphQL on the first place. Okay, so let's start. So let me define first what is GraphQL. So GraphQL is a query language for your API, or in simple terms, GraphQL is basically an alternative to REST API. So if I say this statement, that means that there are some of the problems with REST API which basically GraphQL solves it. That's why we use GraphQL. So there are two problems mainly with the REST API. One is overfetching and one is underfetching. These two problems GraphQL solves it. Okay, so let's understand about these problems in a detailed way. So what used to happen in the REST API is, let's say from the client, if I make a request, I'm making a request, I'm telling my server that, hey server, give me the details of user which has this ID 123, and server is sending me all the details. Okay, but let's say in client, I do not want all these details. Okay, I want only first name and last name, that's it. Okay, but still servers sending me these all the extra details which I do not need on the client. Okay, let's say on the client I want to show only first name and last name. That's it. I do not want email and password. So GraphQL is sending me all the details. Okay, this problem we call it as overfetching. We are getting the details which we do not need on the client. Okay, now this problem we can easily solve it using REST API also. What we could have done is we could have created a separate API which basically gives first name and last name only. but that will not be a efficient way to solve this problem, right? If we do it this way, then we will end up with creating so many APIs. So that's not the efficient way. So let's see how GraphQL solves this problem. So what will happen in case of GraphQL? When you will make a request to your GraphQL server, you will mention that, hey GraphQL server, give me the details of user which has ID 123 and give me only the ID and first name. That's it. Okay. In the client, we want to show only an ID and the first name. That's it. So whatever fields I want, I am mentioning while making a request, and GraphQL server, what it will do, it will just give me those details that I have asked. That's it. So GraphQL solves this overfetching problem very easily this way. Okay, this is the problem number one that GraphQL solves. That was overfetching. Let's go to now next problem. So next problem we call it as underfetching. Now let's understand what is this underfetching. So what happens is, let's assume that you have this web page, okay, and here you want to show some details of the user, and here you want to show what all post that user has created. So for this, what you do is, from the client you first get the user detail. So to get the user detail, you make a API call, okay, and then server gives you all the user detail. For example, server gives you the name and the email, and then once you get the user detail, you make another API call to fetch all the post that user has created. Okay, so here what you are doing is, basically here you are making two API calls. Why you are making two API calls? Because this user is a separate entity. Entity is nothing, it's just type, you can think of it, and post is a separate entity. That's why here you are making two different API calls, two API calls basically. Okay, this problem we call it as underfetching. Okay, let's see how GraphQL solves it now. Okay, so what GraphQL can do, it can get all the details in one single API call. This way we are also optimizing our application also. Okay, so instead of making this two API call, if we use GraphQL, what we could do is we could get all the details in one go, in one single API call. Okay, so let's say here this is the sample query that we can write to get all the user detail that we need. For example, first name, last name, and here let's say we want uh, post and here we want post name or description. We can mention what all things we want from the post. Okay, that's a sample query. Don't worry about this query, we are going to learn the syntax in a great detail, but you can get all the details in one go in single API call instead of making two API calls. So these are the two problems which GraphQL mainly solves. One is the uh, overfetching and one is the underfetching. Alright, now let's understand the difference between REST API and GraphQL API in terms of architecture. So what used to happen in REST API? Let's say from the client, we make a request to get all the details of the user. So that's a GET request, right? So what we used to do is, we used to write API on our server side to handle that GET request. Okay, similarly, let's say from the client, if we want to send some data or I want to post some data to my server, then we used to write a respective API to handle that post requests. Similarly, if we want to update data, we used to write a API to handle those put requests, and similarly for the delete also. Okay, so we have different kind of API on our server in case of REST API, which handle different kinds of request. Okay, this was the architecture, or I should say the way how we write our APIs in case of REST API. But this GraphQL API, it works little differently. Okay, what will happen in case of GraphQL, whether in client you want to get data or you are posting data or deleting data, from the client you will always make a post request. That will be always post. Okay, and the route will be on, there will be only one route to handle that. That will be either slash or slash GraphQL, whatever you want to give that route a name. But there will be only one route that will handle all the requests. Okay, whether you want to get the data, update the data, delete the data. So that's the architecture in case of GraphQL API. This is how GraphQL API works. Okay, and let's say you want to test your REST API. Okay, in that case we use a tool called as Postman to test the REST API. Okay, to test basically our endpoint. Similarly, in case of GraphQL, to test our GraphQL API, we use a playground. We have a tool, we call it as playground. So GraphQL provides us a playground where we can basically test our APIs. So we will learn about these things in much more detail in this course. Alright, so now I would like to explain here few of the terminologies that we have in GraphQL so that you can get a very clear idea before you write the code. Alright, so we have these different things in GraphQL. We call it as query, mutation, schema, resolver. What all these different things are? Let's understand one by one. So what is this query? Now think of this query as a get request in case of REST API. So whenever you want to get some data from your GraphQL server, you basically query it. Okay, yes. So here I have written a typical uh, syntax for query. So this is how your query looks like. So, okay, you write here query keyword. Okay, and then you give a query a name. You can give any random name, okay, that you want to give to this query, and then you use these brackets, and here what you want to query that you will write here. So for example, I have written here users. So what all different things you can query that you can check in your schema. Yes, that you can check in your schema. So this is the schema that we have here. Okay, now if you will look in our schema here, it has something called, here it has type called query, and it has something called as users. So by looking into our schema, we can get to know what all different things we can query. Okay, yes, so here for example I have queried this users, and here I want ID, first name, last name, email of all the users. So this is the typical syntax for your query. Now don't worry, we will be learning about the syntax in upcoming videos, but for now I want to give an idea of how it looks like. Okay, so that you can have a little confidence before you start writing the code. Okay, yes, that was about query. Now let's talk about what is this mutation. Okay, so whenever you want to create, update or delete data on your server, that we call it as mutation operation. Okay, and whenever you want to get some data from your server, then we call it as query operation. Okay, whenever we want to create, update, delete data, we call it as mutation operation. So this mutation is basically, think of it as a post, update and delete API in REST APIs. Okay, think of mutation that way. So this is the typical syntax for mutation. Here we write mutation keyword, and then we can give any unique name. By the way, this name is optional. Okay, here in this query, this we have given here get all users. This is optional, but it's recommended to give a unique name. So here in mutation also, after writing mutation, we give it a unique name. Okay, and then obviously we want to create, update or delete data, so we have to pass some data also here. So here we have created this user new, which is a query variable. Okay, this is an object. So whenever we will call this mutation, we will pass this user new object, or I should say a variable. Okay, yes, and then again here we are basically assigning this user new variable to this user new, and then here what all things we want once the user gets signed up. So here we have written those fields that we want once the user signs up. Okay, so this is a typical syntax for mutation. Now do not worry about this, we are going to learn about the syntax in upcoming video. Just get an idea of it, how this mutation query or mutation operation looks like. Okay, yes, so this name is up to you, you can give any name, but this name that we have written here, this you have to look on the schema that what all things you can mutate, and this name accordingly you have to write it here. Okay, yeah, so let's come to schema. Okay, so schema is basically it has basically a snapshot of the data which your application is going to have. It contains all the different types, and it basically has what all things you can query, what all things client can query, what all things client can mutate. Basically, it has all those details. The schema basically is a snapshot of the data which your application is going to have. Okay. Now, what is this resolver? Resolver is the person who resolves these queries and mutation. Suppose here client wants to get all the users. This query will be resolved by this person resolver. So here this is the typical code for resolver here. So resolver is an object, and here which thing we want to resolve? We want to resolve query. Which query we want to resolve? We want to resolve users here. So, and that will be a function. So whatever function return, that will be sent as a response to the query or mutation. Okay, so here this function is returning all the users, so that will be sent as a response. Okay, so this was about query, mutation, schema, resolvers. So don't worry too much about this right now. In upcoming videos, we are going to learn these all things from scratch. So these query and mutation, we execute these operation from our client side, and on our server side, we create this schema and resolvers. So these two things we create on our server side. Okay, that is on our GraphQL side, and these two things we execute these query and mutation from our client side. Alright, so let's start by creating a fresh project in Node.js. So I have created an empty folder. In this folder, I'll open a terminal. For that, I can type cmd here. It's a shortcut to open terminal in this directory. Okay, let me zoom a little bit. So here, I can type npm init to initialize our project. Let's hit enter. So make sure you have Node.js installed in your system first. Okay, and then we can maybe give it this package name, let's say chatter. I'll hit enter, and rest of the things we can keep that default. Alright. So this has generated a package.json file. Okay, and now I can open my VS Code in this directory. For that, I can type code dot to open VS Code in my current directory. Alright, beautiful. Okay, we have our package.json. So you know what, VS Code actually comes with this own terminal, integrated terminal, but I don't use it when I'm recording my tutorials because it takes a little bit, screen area, right? So I don't want that. Instead, we will be using separate terminal to install packages and to start the development server. Okay, so let's install two packages. So I'll install, first of all, we need GraphQL itself, and we need Apollo server to serve GraphQL from the Node.js side on HTTP. I'll hit enter, and we will wait for a few seconds. And it's done. Okay, so what we will do is, let's create a new file. Let's say server.js. Okay, see, we have these two packages now added into our dependencies. Okay, let's read the documentation how to initialize the server. Okay, so we need to, first of all, we have already installed these two libraries, packages I mean. Then we need to import couple of things from Apollo server, and then we can initialize it, right, this way. Okay, so first of all, I want to use ES6 import syntax. For that, in package.json, I can add type, and type will be module to use ES6 imports. Okay, so I can import something from Apollo server, and something is called as Apollo server, and then something called as GQL. Okay, and let's do the initialization part first. Let me copy this from the docs and let me paste it in here. Okay, yeah, so server initialization has done. We have to create a schema and resolver. Now what is this schema and resolver? I'll explain you, don't worry about that. Okay, so first we will create our schema. What is a schema? So think of it as, we have class in other programming languages. Let's say we have a user class. Okay, what we have in that user class, we will have properties. For example, user will have a name, so we will have a name property. We can have a password property, we can have an email property, right? The schema is similar to that. Okay, similar to class. So let's create it. So I'll give this schema a name. Let's say type defs, okay, and then I'll use this GQL function that we have imported, and then I'll use this backticks. So these are not normal code, these are backticks. Now this feature, we call it as tagged template literal. We have this feature in JavaScript called as tagged template literals. So this is the syntax for it. We use function and then we pass template literals. These are not normal code, these are backticks. Now the advantage of backticks is that I can write a string on a multiple line. Yes. So those who do not know about tag template, you can pause this video and read more on Google about that. Okay. This is just a syntax to write the schema. Okay. You can assume it that way also. Okay. So what we will have in this schema. Okay. So we will have type called as query. Query. We will have something called as query type. Okay. Now what will have in this, okay, what we will have in this. So let's say from the client side we will query, okay, we will query something called as, we are creating our own property that is greet. Okay, from the client we will query something called as greet, and what server will respond to this greet query. So let's say server will respond a string value maybe. So here we can type a return type. Okay, so if client will query something called as greet, then server will respond with a string value. Okay, so this is the schema we have created. Now, just by creating a schema, this is not going to work. We need to resolve this query as well. So for that, we will create a resolver. So here I'll create a resolver, and resolver is nothing, it's just an object, and inside that object, what we want to resolve. So we want to resolve a query. So here we will add a query. Again, this will be an object. Okay, now in here we will type what query we want to resolve. We want to resolve the greet query, like so. What response we want to give for this greet query. So basically we need to write a function, and whatever that function returns, that will be sent as a response to that query. Let's say we can maybe respond hello world, like so. Okay, so we have return function in a single line. So if you want, you can write it in a multiple line also. Okay, this way. But since we are returning a single line statement, we do not need to, we need not to write here return, and we need not to write here brackets. We are just returning a single line statement. So we can just condense in down to this in one line. Okay, so we are done here. So that's the bare minimum code we have written for our initialization of a Apollo server. So we have this schema, okay, and then we have this resolver. What we have in this schema, so we have a type called as query. So client will query something called as greet, and as a response to it, server will respond a string value. So here we have added a return type. Okay, so don't worry if you are not comfortable with this code. Okay, in next video we are going to understand this code in much more detailed way. Okay, let's start the server now. Okay, so I can start the server by typing npm, oh no, not npm, I can type node server, the name of file, or I could do, what I could do is I can use nodemon. So if you do not have nodemon installed on your system, you can type npm install and nodemon and install it globally so that you can use in other projects as well. So once you have installed it, you can type nodemon and then the name of the file. Now the advantage of nodemon is that whenever we will make some change in our code part, our server will automatically restart. Okay, so let's start it. Okay, server is ready at this URL. So let's go to this URL by pressing Ctrl and clicking on it. Okay, it seems like it has opened. Okay, so this is the welcome page. We will click on this query or server. It will redirect us to a sandbox. Okay, it's basically a playground. It redirects us to a playground. Here we can basically test our GraphQL APIs. Okay, so this basically playground is similar to Postman. You can think of it as a Postman. We use Postman to test our REST APIs. Similarly, we use this playground to test our GraphQL APIs. Okay, so on the left side we have this box. Here we can type our queries, mutation or subscriptions, and on the right side here we can see we have panel called a response. Here we can see the response, what response we get from the server, from the GraphQL server. Okay, yep. And this is the documentation. Okay, don't worry too much about this interface. We will learn how to play with the different things that we have here. Okay, so on the documentation you can see that we have something called as query. Okay, if we click on it, then you can see that we can query something called as greet. Okay, and here also we can see that what response we will get. We will get a string as a response. Okay, let me type how to type a query. So we can use these brackets, and then I'll press control space, and you can see that we can query something called as greet. Okay, that's it. Let's run it, and as a response, server giving us a response, hello world. So that's your hello world program in GraphQL. Don't worry about the syntax and all. In the next video we are going to learn about the syntax in a great detail. So that's it for this video. Alright, so in our previous video we created a schema and resolver, and we passed it as a property to this object. Okay, so in this Apollo server object we have this type def property, and the value of that is the type def we have created above, not like this. So basically here key and value both are same, so we have just condensed it down to just type def. And same for resolvers. Okay, we have key or property called as resolvers, and the value of this property is the resolver that we have created above. So key value both are same, so we have just written resolvers. Okay, yep. So what I have done is I have created this user array, and inside this array we have two items. One is this and one is this. We have this objects, and in this object we have some properties. So I have created this just to play little bit with GraphQL. Okay, we will have fun with GraphQL now. So think of this users as a user table. Let's assume that this user is a table in our database. Okay, let's assume that way. Okay, or think of it as a collection. If you are thinking of a NoSQL database, for example MongoDB, think of this user as a collection. Okay, or in case of relational database, think of it as a users table. So in that table we have two rows. Think of it that way. So what we will do now is, in our schema, let's say we will query something called as, let's say, users. So what client wants is that client will query something called as users, and as a response, what our GraphQL server will do is, as a response to its, GraphQL server will return this whole users array. Okay, yes. So how can we write it? Here we can write it this way. So we will respond for this query array of user, like that way. Now this user type is not available. We have to create it, right? So here we can create our type by typing type keyword, and then which type we want to create. We want to create user type. Okay, now what all properties it's going to have? Okay, let's say it's going to have, first of all, ID. Okay, what will be the type of it? So we can type here string. Okay, or there is a better way, we can type ID. Okay, so this implementation we have this type in GraphQL, so that means basically a unique value. Okay, it's a unique value basically. So one thing to notice here is I'm not adding commas. Whenever I'm creating a property, adding a property in schema, I'm not adding commas. So that's not needed, right? That's not the syntax. You do not have to add commas after your properties. Okay, so it's going to have, let's say, first name as well, and it's a string. Okay, so make sure that S is capital here. I'm giving a string with the S capital. Okay, similarly we will have a last name, and basically these types are, okay, I mistakenly added comma here. Okay, that's the habit, right? We have whenever we create an object, we used to add a comma after every property. That's a habit. Okay, but we need not to add a comma here. Okay, so these types are GraphQL type. Okay, so make sure you are capitalizing the first character. Similarly, we will have, let's say, email, and again the type of it will be string. And Yeah, password, we cannot write password, we should not write password actually, because what client will do with the password, client in our database, we have to put that password. Okay, but in our schema we should not write it, right? Because on the client we don't require that password. Basically what we will do with the password, we should not do it, it's not recommended. You can technically add the password field here, but why to add it? Okay, yeah. So client will only be able to query these four fields only. Okay, client will never be able to get the password because we have not added in our schema. Okay, so these four fields only client can query. All right, so so we have completed our schema. So we will query something called as user, and as a response to it, server will respond with a array of users. Now we have to resolve this query, isn't it? Right, we haven't written a code to resolve this query. How to resolve it? Again, inside this query we will write something called as users, and as a response to it we will simply return our users array. That's it. We have this users array now. We will return it. Simple. Okay, let's save it, and now let's go to a playground and let's see what we have in the documentation. So we have query, and here you can see we have query. We can query something called as user, which will return an array of users, and this user has these properties. Okay, now you can type the query by yourself, or you can use this playground, and this playground will type the query for you. How you can do it? You can just click on this plus icon, you can click it and it will write the syntax for you, and here you can click on what all fields you want to query. Okay, what all fields you want from the server. So let's say we want ID, first name, last name, email, all the four fields. Here you can see we are not getting password as a suggestion because we have not added it in our schema. Okay, yep. So that's the syntax. So first of all, you can write query and you can give this query a name. So name is optional, technically you can remove this, or technically you can remove this query as well. These are optionals, but we should add it, right? That's the recommended syntax. So we should add a name to a query. For that we need to write query and then the name. So maybe we can write a meaningful name. Let's say get all users. Okay, you can write whatever name you want, so that other developer will look onto your query, they will get an idea that what this query does. That's why we are adding it a name. That's the recommended, that's the best practice we can follow here. Okay, let's run it. Okay, let's run this query, and as a response, boom, there you go. Here we can see that response that we have get. All right, beautiful. Okay, so that's the basic, right? And now let's learn a little bit more. Okay, let's play a little bit more. So now we have written a query to get all the users. Let's add one more thing. Let's say user can query, let's say individual user. Okay, let's say if client want that this only this user. Okay, let's say client want only this user, so client should be able to query individual user details also. How can we write the query for it? Let's say client will query an individual user. So for that we can write something called as user. We can create a property, or we can create a query user. But how can client query individual user? So let's say client will say that, hey, give me users which has id 1. So client has to give us detail, right? How we will know, how server will know that which user client wants? So client will give us, let's say client will give us this id, and client will say that, hey, give me the details of user which has this id 1. Okay, so what client will do is client will pass an id. So how can we pass it? We can add parentheses, and here we can create our own argument, let's say id. Okay, and what will be the type of it? Type of it will be id. Okay, so client will pass an id. Okay, client will pass an id if that's the type of it, and what we will respond is we will respond a user. Okay, this time we are not adding array because we will not return the whole array, we will just return an individual user. Okay, now we have to resolve it. Let's copy this, and now here I can add this user. Okay, now to get this parameter, right, to get this argument in our resolver, how can we get it? Okay, So see, this function takes couple of arguments. Okay, so first argument basically is the parent, parent. So this parent is basically we do not have any parent in case of this query. This query is itself is on root level. Okay, so we do not have any parent for this it. Okay, so this will be undefined. Don't worry too much about this parent. In the upcoming videos, I'll give you an example, where you can consume this parent argument. But for now, this will be undefined. We will get this parent as undefined because this query itself is on root level. Okay, yep. And second argument, basically here we can get all the args. Here we can get all the arguments. So right now we have this ID. So this ID we will get in the args. Okay. And third argument is something called as context. This context has some extra piece of information. Okay, I'll talk about this context also a little bit later. Okay, basically, when you want to share some data between your resolvers, then at that time you can leverage this context. Okay, but for now, what we want this args for now. Okay, because this args contains this ID that we will pass from the client. So what I can do is, let's say I can console.log args.id. Okay, yep, let's do that, and let's write a little bit of the code. Okay, so we have got the ID that which client has sent. Now what we want to do with that ID. Okay, so basically we just have to return, first we will return a user which has this ID. Okay, so basically we can use find method. So in this array we have find method, we can use it, and we will check, do we have ID, okay, first of all here we will have access to each individual item in this array, each individual item, and we will check that if any item has ID that is equal to the ID which we have got from the client, args.id. Instead of writing this way, what we could have done is, we could have directly destructured the ID from here. That's the more clean way of writing it, right? Okay, yeah, that's the clean way. You can still console.log the ID just to see it on the console. Okay, let's save this. Okay, so this is our console running it separately, and now let's write another query here. So if I'll go back, okay, now here you can see we have this user. Okay, when I click on this plus, okay, let me first of all get out of here. Okay, couple of things here I would like to highlight here. First of all, what we have done is we have created a query. Okay, we have created a schema and resolver for this query, but this argument is not a mandatory field. Okay, we want this ID, this argument, to be mandatory, because how we can respond if client has not passed this ID, right? So to make this argument a mandatory field, okay, client has to send this. So we can add here exclamation here, like so, because we cannot send a response, right? How we will know that which response clients want, which client response want? So this is not an optional field, this is a mandatory field. If client pass this ID, then only we will be able to respond, we will be able to send a valid response. Okay, let's make this ID a mandatory field by adding an exclamation. Okay, let's save this. Now let's see what happens. Okay, I'll click on plus. I'll first of all click my cursor here, I'll put my cursor here, and I'll click on plus. Once I do it, okay, let me open a new tab. Okay, yeah, here I will click on now again plus. So this is the syntax. Okay, now what it's happening here. Okay, let me first break down it to a small syntax. Okay, so first of all I'll write a query. Okay, I want to query the individual user. For that I'll write this, and I want user which has ID of 1. Okay, and what all things I want email, I want first name, let's say I want ID. Okay, this is the shorter syntax, that's the bare minimum syntax I have written. Okay, you can get rid of these variables for now, and I will run it, and boom, there you go, server is responding us with the user which has ID 1. Okay, if I pass id 2, okay, run it, then server is responding us with the id of 2. Let's say if we don't pass it, okay, well, let's just let's don't pass it. If we don't pass it, okay, first of all it's throwing us an error. Okay, so here only we are getting an error, that's not allowed. But let's keep this as empty, then let's see what happens. Okay, then we are getting it null. Okay, server has not responded anything, but that's the mandatory field we have to pass. Okay, yep. Without that, yeah, so GraphQL server is throwing us an error if we don't pass an id to it. Okay, perfect. So so that's the bare minimum syntax. Let's write it in a more better way. Okay, so right now whenever we were passing an argument, we were hard coding that value. That's not the recommended way. Okay, we should create a variable, we call it as query variable. Okay, once we create a variable, then we can pass our variable from this panel. We have this panel on the bottom. From here we can pass variables, or here we have this option of header. If you want to add some extra information to headers, we will use this headers little bit later, but this variable we can use it now. Okay, so how to create a query variable? Okay, you can type it manually, but let's leverage this playground, right? It will automatically write it for us. So let's click on this plus. Okay, I clicked it, and what all fields we want, let's select those as well. Let's say we want all these fields. So that's the syntax, that's the query. First of all, we have to write query. Let's give this query a name. Here this playground has added a username, but you can write your own name. Let's say get, yeah, you can write this way, right? Get user by id. Okay, this is more better name. Okay, and then to create a variable, we use dollar and the name of the variable. Name, you can give it any name you want, and then what will be the type of it. In order to use this variable, you can, again you have to type dollar and the variable name. Okay, type a name, you can give it any. Okay, I can give it maybe a uid, and then I can use it inside here. I can type uid like so. I should be capital here. Okay, and from here, from this variables, I have to pass an object. Not this way, I have to pass an object, array object, and here I'll press control space to get the session. Here you can see we are getting session. So whenever you need session, you can type control space, it will give you session. So uid, and what will be the value of uid? Let's say I can give it 1. Okay, let's run it, and there you go, we are getting the details of the user which has this id 1. Okay, if I pass it to and run it, we are getting again response. So now this is a general query. This is, we do not have anything hard coded in it, right? That's a general query. So that's about the query variable. So I think this is it for this video. In the next video, we will learn more about the GraphQL. Alright, so now that we have understood a little bit about the queries and resolvers and how they work, let's go ahead and understand about mutations. Okay. So before we jump into mutation, I want to make one thing clear, is that don't worry about parent and context argument that we have given here. Okay, in the upcoming videos, I'll show you an example where we can use them as well. Okay, as of now, don't worry about that. All right. So what the heck is this mutation? See, whenever clients want to get the data, they will send a request for query. Okay, but let's say client want to update the data. Okay, let's say client wants to update the data or create the data or delete the data. In that case, client will send a request for mutation. So that's the difference between query and mutation. So think of this query as a GET request, as we have in the REST APIs. Okay, and think of this mutation as a update, create, and delete request. Okay, so if client is sending a request for mutation, that means client has to create data, update data, or delete data. Okay, yep. So query is to get the data, and mutation is to change the data. That's the meaning in a nutshell. Okay, so first of all, we will have to create a mutation here. Okay, we will have to create a new type here. Type, and type will be this time mutation. mutation, mutation. Okay, so in mutation, so client can send mutation for what? Okay, that property we have to define. Let's say for now we can create a user. Okay, client will send a request to create a user, create new user. So I'll write a create user property here. Okay, so when client will send the request, okay, obviously client has to send us the data. Okay, data related to user that we have to save it in our database. Okay, so let's say client will send us, let's say, first name, which will be of type string, and it's mandatory to pass string, and it's mandatory to pass. And apart from that, client can send last name, which will be again of type string. Okay, and then client will send email also, and again which will be of type string, and client will send what else? Password. Yeah, we need password this time as well. Password. Okay, which will be again of type string. And as a response, what response we will give? So we will give a response of user. Okay, like this. Now, if you can notice here, this is a problem. Okay, we are passing a four. We have to create a four, query variables. Okay, let me save it and let's see if we can, generate a mutation out of this schema. Okay. Let me reload this. It should show, our documentation should show that we have a mutation this time. Oh, it's not showing it. Have I saved it? My server is not restarting. Okay, now it got restarted. Okay, let me see now again. Yeah, here you can see we have something called as now mutation. If we click on it, okay, let me create a new tab here. If I click on plus, yeah, so it has created only query variable for first name. Okay, because first name is mandatory. Okay, we have to make rest of the things also mandatory. Let's make it mandatory. Okay, let's make this also mandatory. Let's save this. Now again, let me remove it. Now again, I'll click on this plus. Now here you can see we have four query variables. Now this is, this is not the recommended way. This is not how we should do the things. Okay, instead of creating a four variables or passing four fields as an argument, what we could have done is we could have passed only one field, maybe an object, and that object will have these fields. That's the better way to structure our application. Okay, so instead of doing this way, what we could do is we can create our own input type. Okay, see how to create it. Okay, we can type here input for that input, and then let's give it a name of, let's say, user input. Okay, and what I'll do, I'll basically cut all the things from here, Control X, and I'll put it here. But this time we do not need to add a comma here. Okay, so again we have written that these all things are mandatory. Client will definitely pass these all things. Now in here, what we can do is, instead of passing individual variables or parameters, I should say, we will pass, let's say, client will send us a object. Let's give this object a name of, let's say, user new maybe. And what will be the type of that? This time the type of that will be user input that we have created above here, like so. And this object is mandatory to pass. For that, here also we can add this exclamation. That's it. Now this looks so clean. Okay, so that's the better way of structuring our schema. Okay, yep. So now we will send only one query variable, that is user new, and the type of that will be this. Okay, let's save this, and now let's get rid of this. Okay, let's get rid of this variables from the bottom also. Now if you will see that if I click on plus, see we are passing only one variable, and from here we can pass the whole object, whole user new object. That's what I wanted. Okay, so just by creating defining the mutation is in schema, it will not work. We have to resolve it. Okay, So if client sends the request for create user mutation, how we are going to resolve it? Okay, let's write the code for that. So in here, what we want to resolve this time, we have to resolve a mutation. So here I'll add a comma and here I'll type mutation. We want to resolve a mutation this time. Okay, and again this will be an object. What mutation we want to resolve? We want to resolve this create user mutation. So I'll write that here, and first argument will be parent again here as usual, which will be undefined. So I'll keep this underscore because we are not going to use that parent. So let's give that variable argument underscore. Let's yeah. And the second argument has second argument has the user new variable in it, so we can destructure from the argument, we can destructure user new. That's the parameter we are passing from the client, okay, that we have defined in the schema. So we are destructuring, and okay, we have to write it this way. This is the arrow function, like so. So now what we want to do is see a couple of things we would like to have here. Okay, first of all, if you see that ID we have to generate. Okay, ID we have to generate. Client will not send the ID. Okay, so we have to generate it. For that, maybe a temporary solution would be we can import something from, we have an inbuilt module called as crypto, and crypto has something called as random. It should has UUID random. I don't know why I'm not getting session when I'm typing random UUID. Let me write here crypto, and I can write maybe crypto dot, I should get session now. Okay, random UUID. I'm sure that crypto has this. Okay, let me do a console.log to see if we have this. So basically this random UUID generates a unique ID. Okay. So if we will see in our console now, we should be able to get it. Yeah, we are getting it. See. Okay. Yep. So that we can use, and in our database now, what we could do is, here we have mentioned that ID will be of type ID. So this means basically a unique value. It could be a string or it could be an integer also, but let's make this a string. Okay, let's make this a string by writing it in a quotes. Okay, yes, anything random. Okay. And now we can generate a unique ID from this random UUID. Okay. So let's comment this for now. Okay, so here what we could do is we could use this users array, and we could just push this user new object. But hold on, there is a problem if we do it this way. If we do it this way, then ID we are not saving it in our array. Okay, ID we are not saving it in our array. So first of all, what we could do, we have to do is we have to create a copy of an object. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll pass an object and I'll use this spread operator to basically create a copy of object, and then we can add the ID property to it, and the value of that will be crypto dot random UUID. Let me copy that, the name from here. Okay, yes, boom, and there we go. Now this should work. Okay, yep, that will do the work. Okay, and as a response, what response we want to give if this user is created successfully? So we are sending a response of type user, so maybe we can send a newly created user as a response. Okay, so what I will write here is I can you know what, let me reuse this. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll create here const new user, and I'll pass the object. I'll cut this object here and I'll paste it here, and then to this user push we can pass this new user. Okay, and then simply we will return the new user like so. That's the way. Okay. Okay, let's test this out now. Okay, so yeah, so let's pass a user new. User new will be an object. Okay, you do not have to type it again manually. Okay, we can use we can click on this arguments, and here in the input fields we can click on this plus. Okay, let me get rid of this whole thing from here. Okay, if we click on plus, you see all the properties this playground has typed it for us. Okay, now we can just write the values. Let's say first name will be maybe Ahitesh. Okay, last name will be, let's say, Kumar. Again, inside quotes we will have to write. Email will be, I hope this is visible. Okay, let me pull this up, and email will be hi@hi.com, and password will be 12345. Okay, and once that is saved, once the user is saved, we are responding with that newly created user. So what all things we want from that newly created user? Let's say we want ID. Okay, we want email, we want first name, and we want last name. Okay, let's run it, and whoa, we got null. Why? Let me see that again, the code part. We are responding it with a user. We have this user new. We have pushed it. We are returning the new user. Let me see if it has added. Okay, I can, get all the users. Let me run it. No, this has not been added into our array. Why is that a case? Maybe server has not restarted or sort. Yeah, that's the problem. Okay, sometime nodemon sucks. Okay, so let's run it again, and boom, there you go. This ID has been generated by crypto, right? And here you can see, if you will now run a query to get all the users, now you will see that newly created user has been added into this array. That's awesome. So that's it for this video. In the next video we will learn more advanced stuff. Alright, so now let's finally understand about when can we consume this parent and context argument. Okay, so first of all, these are our resolvers, right? These functions are our resolvers, right? So we have access to three things in resolver. First is the parent. Okay, in our case, whatever resolvers we have written so far, it's undefined. Second is the argument. That's these things that we pass, okay, from the client. And third is the context. Okay, so for now I can remove this context, and here I can write underscores since we are not using it. Okay, let's understand this. Now in order to consume this parent, first we will understand about the parent argument. Okay, so what I have done is I have created an array of to-dos. Okay, I have created this array to-dos, and each individual item has two things. It has title and by, and by has the value of the ID of the user. Let's say it has this ID which matches the ID of our user. Okay, so this to-do is created by Mukesh because here by, the value of by and ID matches here. This to-do is also being created by Mukesh, and this to-do is created by this Suresh because here ID is same. Okay, this ID and this ID is same. All right, so now what will happen is, let's say when we will client will query for individual user. So as a response we are sending the user, right? As a response we are sending these details to client. Apart from that, we will send to-dos as well. So what all to-dos this user has created. and this will be an array because one user can create multiple to-dos. This will be an array, and it will be array of to do. So to do type, we have not created it, so let's create this type. Okay, type, and then it will be to do like this. Okay, and to do will have title, title title, which will be of type string, and it will have a by, which will be of type id. Now what we could have done is we could have make this 4 fields mandatory. Okay, by adding an exclamation. By adding an exclamation here, what we are saying is that what we are saying to GraphQL server is that these 4 fields, whenever client will query for these 4 fields, these 4 fields are never going to be null. Okay, yes, this is what we are telling by adding exclamation. These fields can never be null. That means that these 4 fields will have some value in the database, but this to do can be null also. Okay, it's not a mandatory field. To do can be null also, but since we have not added exclamation here. Okay, and if we have the to do, then each to do will have this title and by property. That's the mandatory field, so we can add here exclamation. Yeah, here we will not add exclamation. Yep, so that's done. Okay, let's see what happens now. If I now run this query, okay, to get the individual details of the individual user, okay, that is get user by id, I can run this query. So here I can pass the id. Oh, I already have that id typed. Okay, this id is of Suresh, right? This id is of Suresh, if I am not wrong. Yes, I'll copy this and I'll paste it here. Okay, and here I'll ask for to do's also, and from to do's I want title and I want by. Okay, let me minimize it a little bit. Now let's run this query. Now you will see that in to do's we are getting null, but it should not be null, right? Because Suresh has created one to do, right? So how GraphQL will know that Suresh has created to do? We haven't written any code which tells GraphQL that Suresh has created this to do. Okay, see, what does this mean now? This means that we haven't resolved this query properly. Okay, we have to resolve it properly. Okay, so we have to resolve this user. Okay, and this user has to do, so we have to resolve this user properly. So here now I will type here, we have to resolve this user. Okay, and again an object, which field we want to resolve. So we want to resolve this to do's field. Okay, and it will have access to again parent and argument we are not passing, so it will be undefined. So let's write only first argument, that is parent. Now here if we console.log the parent, let's say parent, now this user is on the root level. Okay, user is on the root level, and then after that this to do's comes. Okay, so parent of it, in this parent we will have the user details. Okay, so parent of this to do's is the user, right? So in this parent we will have the user details. So let me console.log it. Yes, let's save it, and now let me run this again. If I run it again, okay, now if I open my console here, now here you can see we have the details of the user. Okay, now we can consume this parent. We can write some logic here. So what we can write is, in order to resolve this to do's, what we could do is think of let me think. We can write, yeah, so we can use filter because we want to return multiple to do's. Yeah, so what we can do is we can write here to do's, capital to do's array. To do is the name of our array. Okay, and then I can use this filter method, and I can filter out the to do which has this by in to do. Okay, first of all I will get this individual to do's, and I will check if this to do that we have in our user array, the by property is equal to the parent, and parent also has the id. Okay, if it is equal, then filter it out and return it. Okay, let's return that array. That's it. That logic we can write. Now we have written a logic. Okay, Now we have written a logic. Now our GraphQL server will know that who has created these to-dos. Okay, that's the simple logic. Okay, we can get rid of this. Let's try this one more time. Okay, let's save this. And now if I run it, okay, let me see if my server is running. Okay, it sucks. Okay, sometime nodemon sucks. Okay, let me run it again. Here now you can see this to-dos array, and this Suresh has created one to-do. Okay, let me try different person. Okay, let me try copy this ID and let me here add that in our variables. Control V. Oh, actually Control C, Control V, and let's run it. And there you go. This Mukesh has created two to-dos. So that's how we can use parent. Okay, so basically, when we have relational data, then it's used. Basically, when we have relational data, then it's this parent is used. Argument is used. Okay, so in next video, I will explain you about how can we use context.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a star freelancer.
Alright, so now that we have understood the basics of GraphQL, let's cover few more things before ending this section. So, we have learned that a resolver basically takes three arguments. One is the parent, second is the arguments that we are passing from client, and third is the context. So let's say your application will grow. Okay, then what you will do is you will create a different file. Let's say the resolvers which are resolving this query, you will put them in a separate file. You will put this mutation, let's say resolver related to mutation, in a separate file. Now let's say now you want to share data between your resolvers. How you will do that? There comes the context. Okay, so we have passed these two properties to Apollo server. We can pass one more, that is context. Okay, yes, so I can write here one more property, and that is context. Okay, context. Now this context has some extra piece of information, right? So we can in this context we can create an object, or we can have access to, we can pass a function also. That function will return an object. Now this in function we have access to some extra piece of information. For now, let's don't worry about that. We will be learning about that in authentication section, so don't worry too much about that. For now, we can create an object. Okay, let's say we want to share some data between resolvers. Okay, so in this object, let's say what we want to share. Let's say we will share, let's say maybe user logged in, and the value of that will be true. So this is the thing that we want to share. So we created an object in our context. So our context has this object, and this object has a property user logged in, and that's the true. So now I want to share this object with my resolvers. How can I do that? Simply I can access this object. I can access this object as a third argument to my resolvers. Okay, let's say we can access it here. Okay, when we are resolving the individual users. Okay, so let's say here I can type ctx, and I can, instead of console.log id, I can log the ctx. Okay, let's save this. And now if you will see, when I will query an individual user, okay, let me run it. Okay, now in the console you can see we have this user logged in true in the context, right? So what you can do is, maybe let's say from this context you can destructure this user logged in, and now what you can do is, let's say if this user logged in is not present, in that case you can throw an error. You can use this context and you can write logic based on that. Okay, let's say if this user logged in, okay, if this user logged in property is not available, I can add here not. In that case, what I can do is I can throw an error. So for to throw an error, I can type new throw new error, and let's say you are not logged in. Okay, let's save this, and now if I try to run it, I should not get that error. Okay, let me see if the server has restarted. No, it has not. So if I run it, I will not get any error. But let's say if I make this false, okay, if I make it false, then I should get that error. Okay, if I run it, now you can see we are getting that error, you are not logged in. Okay, so that's the way how you can use context as a third argument to your resolver. If you want to share some data between your resolvers, then you can use this context. You can put it in a context and you can use in your resolvers. Okay, yes, so let's remove this for now, or we can leave it here. Let's make this true so that we should not get any error. Now since we have some time left with us, okay, let me explain you a little bit more things. Let's say I'll get rid of this to do form here. Let's say I'll run it. Okay, let's say that we are getting user from an ID. Let's write one more query to again get the user. Okay, yeah, let's give this UID 1. Let me give this UID 1 name to this variable, and to this I will give UID 2. UID 2 array UID 2, and let me copy this and here, and here I can type control space, okay, control space UID 1. Here I can pass UID 1, and here I'll pass UID 2. Okay, so what I will do with this UID, again I will pass a value to this UID variable, and I want ID of that user, I want first name of that user, I want last name of the user, and I want email of the user. Okay, there is one more topic left, that is alias. Okay, I'll explain you what the alias is. Okay, let me explain that first. See, leave this example for now. Let's go to our create user example. Okay, this is the perfect example for aliases. If I run it, okay, let's first see if I get all the users. Right now we have this 2 user. Okay, when I'll create a new user, okay, when I'll create a new user, server responds us with server has this data. Okay, inside the data we have this create user. Okay, so let's say we want to change this property name. Okay, so whatever our mutation name, whatever mutation name that we have given, that's the name that is decided over here in the response, right? So since we have given our mutation name of create user, so that's why in the response inside this data we have this create user mutation. But let's say we want to change this response. I want that in data, this is the details of the user, right? But I should not see here user. Maybe I should see here user, something called as user, something called as meaningful basically. So inside this data, instead of having create user, we should have a key with user, and then user will be an object. That makes sense, right? So we can basically give an alternative name to this create user. All right, so how can we do that? Let's say here I can write user and I can add colon. So that's the way how can I give a alias name to this mutation. Same I can do this with query as well. Okay, if I create user, now as a response, see if in this data we have this user, so the name we changed, the query name we changed. All right, so response, now as a response also, this we are getting this user instead of create user, we are getting this user property here. That's awesome, right? So in this case we have 2 users with the same name. So here we can give these 2 users, that's why we are getting here error. Okay, it's basically conflicting. So let's say here I can write u1, I can give this, this query a name u1, and to this query I can give name u2. Okay, yep. And let me pass a value of uid to, let me get it from here. Let me first check. Okay, that's already we have. Let me copy this id, control c and control v. Okay, perfect. Okay, now if I run it, I will get these two details. Okay, I will get the details of these two users, that id which I have passed. Okay, perfect. But now here you can see we have this repetitive code. If you can notice, we have this repetitive code, id, first name, last name, we have repeated it, right? So what we could do is we could have reduced this line of code. So how can we reduce it? For that we can create a fragment here. Okay, if we have some repetitive fields, we can create a fragment and put those fields in a fragment, and we can use the fragment here. Okay, let me show you the syntax of it. Here we can create a fragment. Okay, fragment we can give name, let's say user fields fields and on, and here we will write user. Okay, yes, on this user. So whatever fields we want to make common, we want to pull all these fields from the user. That's why we are writing here user. Okay, this name you can give whatever you want, but this name has to be from wherever you are getting these all details, that name you should write here. For example, these all fields belongs to that user, this user type, right? These all fields belong to this user type. That's why here we have written user. Okay, now what all fields we want from that user? We want, let's say, id from the user, I want first name from it, I want last name from it, and I want email from it. Okay, so now that we have created our fragment and we have given our fragment this user field name, I can copy this, and instead of writing it twice here, I can just spread it, control v. I can write it in a this way, and same thing I can copy it and I can put it here. So now our code is little bit cleaner. It's not repetitive actually. So whatever was repetitive code, we extracted that and we created a fragment out of it, and now we are using that fragment, or we are spreading it to use it. Okay, basically we are spreading it. So that's the syntax of how you can create a fragment and use it. So if you have some repetitive code or same fields, then you can create a fragment out of it. If I run it, still I should get the response. Okay, but I don't use this fragment quite often because it makes a query little bit complex to understand. So that's why I keep things simple and I don't use fragments. But you should know that topic also. That's why I covered it. Okay, so that's it for this section. From the next section, we will start working on our project. All right, so now we will add a functionality so that one user can send a message to other user. Okay, so first things first is we will have to create a model for that, and let's create a model message. Okay, and this message, it will have id. So first I can copy this line. First line will remain same, it will have id, and then it will have, let's say, text which could be of type string. Perfect. And it will have maybe a id, let's say receiver id. So the user who has received it, right? So for that I can write here receiver id, and which will be of type integer. But hold on, this receiver id actually refers to this id of user table. Okay, so we have to establish a relationship between this field and this field. How can we do that? It's a straightforward. Here we will have to add one more property, receiver, and which will be of type user this time. Okay, because this receiver id refers to the user table. Okay, and here we will have to add one more attribute, that is relation, and here we need to add fields. So we want to refer this field. Okay, so here I'll add a receiver id. So I want to refer this field to this field id of user table. So here I'll add references, and here I'll add id. That's it. That's how we can establish a relationship between this ID and this ID of user table. So this user ID, this receiver ID will refer to ID of user table. Okay, that's what we have mentioned by adding this line of code. Okay, and uh, this error is because we have to add the here also. So user can receive multiple messages. So here also we can add we have to add my receiver, and it will be array of messages, because one user can receive multiple messages, right? So it will be array of users or array of messages. Perfect. Apart from that, user can send the message. For that, I'll add sender ID also. It will be of type integer, and again we have to establish a relationship between this and this, because again the sender ID will also refer to the ID of user table, right? So again, let me copy this line of code, Control C. I'll put it here, and I will just rename, right? I'll just rename it to receiver, Control C, Control V, and here I'll rename it to Control C, sender ID. Perfect. And the error is because I think both refer to a user. Okay, so we have to, it's saying that we have to provide the relation a name. Okay, because both refer to a user model. So let me provide a unique name to it, and name, let's say we can give this a name of receiver, and here we can give this a name, a unique name, that is sender, like so. Okay, and here also we will have to add a name. So here I'll have to add relation, and the name will be receiver. And what else? User will have one more property, sender, because user can also send multiple messages, right? So sender, and again @ relation, and the name will be sender, like so. Perfect. Now we do not have any error, so we are done creating our model. So let me type here db push, so that the changes can be reflected in our database, right? So here I can write npx prisma db push. Okay, and we have our studio, right? It's not running, but okay, once it's done, so let's start our studio by typing npx prisma studio. So it will show a message model also now. Okay, it will open automatically. Yep, it's opening. Now if I click on plus, it should show a message model. Okay, yep, and it's showing ID tags, receiver ID, receiver, sender ID, and sender. Also, I forgot to add one thing, is that when this message was sent or received, we have to add created at field also, right? Yep, how can we forget that? So let me add created the at field also, which will be of type date time and default, and now it will be system generated. Okay, yes, let's save this, and I have to type db push again. So let me again stop this server and type prisma db push, and it's done. And then again we can type prisma studio to spin up this studio server. I can close it, it will automatically open. Yep, and here this time we should also see a created at field. Yeah, we have this created at field. Okay, I can reload this. Or I can zoom out. Yep, yeah, I can zoom out. Here you can see we have this created field added now. Okay, that's it for this video. Next video we will create a mutation to send a message. Alright, so now let's add a functionality so that one user can send message to other user. Okay, so we have to create a mutation From the client, we will send a mutation request. So we have to define that mutation in our schema and we have to resolve it, right? So let's create a mutation to send message. So let's give this mutation a name of, let's say, create MESS message. It will take a couple of arguments. For now, we will keep it empty. And as a response to it, as a response to that mutation, our GraphQL server will respond with a newly created message, right? So I can add here type message. So this type doesn't exist. We have to create it, right? So let me add here type and message. So it will have all the things. So we can copy all the things from schema, Control C, and I'll put it here. Okay, and I will get rid of this receiver, Control X. I'll get rid of this sender also, Control X, and rest of the things here I'll add ID and I'll make it mandatory, and I will get rid of this also, date time, and rest of the things we can keep it, right? Yep, rest of the things we can keep it like that. Yes, and now what will be the type of this created at? Now technically this created at could be string also. We can write here string. We can give this a scalar type. Okay, scalar type. That string will work for us in our case, but let's say we should create our own scalar type. Right now these types that we have created, these are non-scalar types because they have multiple values in it. Okay, now this created at is going to have only a single value, right? So we call it as a scalar type. So to create a scalar type means a field which will have only one value. Okay, so we can create here scalar scalar, and we can give it a name of, let's say, date. No problem in it. And now here we can write here date type will be date, like so. This is also valid code. Yep, so once we are done with that, now let's resolve this create message. Control C. Let's add it here where it is ending here. Okay, let me add it here, create message. Okay, let me think what all arguments we will need from the client and what all we can get directly. Okay, so let me think of it. First of all, it will have a parent which will be undefined, and then we will destructure some couple of things from the argument. Alright. Yeah, and then we will destructure the user who is logged in. Okay, that we can destructure from context. So here I can write user ID, that I can destructure. Okay, so user who is creating a message or user who is sending a message, that access we have, the ID of logged in user we have access to in this user ID from the context, right? From the token, basically, I should say. So user who is logged in is creating a message, and that detail of the user who is creating a message, that we have access to in this user ID, right? Now we need a user ID to whom we want to send a message, right? So that, let's say, that we will get from the client. Okay, so client will pass a ID to whom we want to send a message. Okay, so let's here write maybe receiver ID. Okay, and client will also pass text, what message they want to send. So these two things client has to provide. Okay, so let me copy this and we will add this in our schema also here. Control V, and a type of this will be int, and it will be mandatory. Add exclamation, and client will also provide us the text, and type will be string. These two things client has to provide us. Okay, and what else? Yeah, I think the rest of the things are good. Okay, first again we will add this validation. If we do not have user ID, then we will throw an error. Okay, so if user is not logged in, we will throw this error. And now we can create a message. Simple. So we need to first of all make this function asynchronous, async, and now we can add await Prisma dot message. I'm getting session here, and we can use create. Okay, and then we have to pass an object, and object will have something called as data property, and again this will be an object, and here what object we want to save in our database. Okay, so let's say we want to save text. Okay, and the value of this text will be coming from the client, so I can write here text. Okay, and then we will have here receiver ID to whom we want to send this message, and that will be also coming from the client receiver ID. And what else? And it will have sender ID. So sender ID, who is sending the message? So sender ID, we can get it from this user ID. Okay, the user who is logged in will be sending a message, so that detail we have in a user ID. I think that's it we need, right? Yeah, rest of the things will be system generated. This ID will be system generated and created ad will be also system generated. Yes, we are good. Now here you can notice key and value both are same, so we can condense it down to just text and we can condense it down to just receiver ID. Okay, now here I can store the result of that in const message like so, and now I can return it. Return message like so. Yes, this looks good. Yep, it's look good to me. Yeah, perfect. Now let's try this API, huh? Okay, so I'll create a new tab here. Not API, actually mutation. Or I can say GraphQL API. Oh, let's see if we have got any error here. Okay, where it is? Okay, I think I have made a typo somewhere. I don't know actually on which line number. This looks good. ID, this everything looks good to me. Let's go to our resolver and it's the bare minimum code. Oh wow, here we oh my bad, here we actually have to add a colon, my bad. Okay, that's why we should not copy paste, right? We actually copy pasted this stuff from the schema, right? That's why. Okay, my bad. Let's save this and this should fix the issue. Okay, perfect. Okay, there you go. So let's click on this mutation and let's click on this plus create message, and it will generate the boiler code for me. And what all things we want? We want all the things. Okay, let's say we want all the things. Okay, we can now minimize this panel. So two things we have to pass: to whom we want to send the message. Let's say let's check now. Let's check on our database. Let's say we want to send a message to this Suresh. Okay, the ID of the Suresh is 3. Okay, so we will send here, we will write 3 and what text? Let's say I'll say hello Suresh, what's up? Okay, yes, maybe add a question mark here. User needs to be logged in, right, before we execute this. So here let's click on the sign in and let's first sign in as a Mukesh, right? So here email, we need to add Mukesh's email, right? So that is mukesh@mukesh.com. Okay, so let me do that here, Mukesh, and here we are logging in as a Mukesh. Okay, password is same. Let's run it. We should get a token. Okay, let's copy this token, Control C, and when we create it, we will attach this in a header like this. Okay, and now that's it. That's the only thing we have to do here. Okay, let's create it. If we run it, there you go. Okay, this message we have sent to the user which has ID 3, that is Suresh. Who has sent this? The user who is logged in, that is me. So here you can see the ID of Mukesh is 2 here. Okay, Mukesh has sent this, and what is the text? Hello Suresh, and this is the timestamp here we can see. Perfect, awesome. Okay, that looks good to me. Yeah, so I'll give you a task. Send couple of messages from one user to two users so that you have some data to play with, right? Okay, that's it for this video. We will continue in the next video. All right, then let's continue. So what I did is, I created a couple of message exchange between Mukesh and Suresh. So now I have three messages in my database. Okay, yep. So similarly, you can also create couple of messages exchanges between two users. Okay, yeah. Now what I want to do is here. Also here also you can see, if you click on this user model, here also you can see that two messages you have sent and one messages you have received. Okay, here also you can send. That's the advantage of using this studio, Prisma Studio. Yep. So two messages I have sent to Suresh. Okay, yes, perfect. So now what I want is, I will create a query so that I can see what all messages I have sent and what all messages I have received from a user, from a specific user. Okay, yes, suppose I exchange couple of message between me and Suresh, right? So now I need to get all the messages that I have sent to Suresh or Suresh has sent to me. Okay, let's write a query for this, so that all messages we will show on the chat screen, right? So when I'll have a chat with Suresh, I'll show that messages on my chat screen. So let's first, we have to define it in a query. Okay, so not we should not add a comma here, my bad. Let's give this query a name of, maybe, I don't know, maybe a message by user. Okay, and as a response to it, we will respond with the array of messages, and client will send a receiver id also, okay, and which will be of type int, and it's a mandatory. Okay, perfect. Now let's resolve this. Let me add a s here, messages by user. Okay, control C, and let's go to a resolver and let's resolve this. Oh, it's not a resolver, we have to add it in a query, right? This is not a mutation, this is a query, so we have to add it here. Yep, we want to resolve a query, right? Yep, so let's write it here, and this will be a function. Let's make it asynchronous function, and boom 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 boom, there you go. So in here, first of all, first argument will be parent, which will be undefined. Second will be receiver id. We can destructure receiver id from the argument here, and then we can get the id of user who is logged in from context. Okay, now again we will first check if this doesn't exist. If user id doesn't exist, then we will throw an error. That means that user is not logged in. They need to log in first in order to see all the messages that they have sent or received to a specific user, right? And now we can use await prisma dot message and find many. Okay, now here we need to add couple of things here. We have to first of all add a where operator. Okay, where let me think of it, where sender id will be equal to the user who is logged in, and okay, and where receiver id is equal to the receiver id which we have got from the client. Now if we write the query this way, we will get only messages that we have sent, right? Not the messages that we have received. So basically we have to write one more where actually. So I'll show you, we have an operator, I think, or operator. Let me show you how to read the documentation. So I'll click on this Prisma API reference. Okay, and here you can click on this filter condition and operators. I think we have or operator, yes, this one. Okay, And here what we can do is we can add or is an array, and inside the array you can pass an objects like this. Okay, yes, let me find an example where, yeah, like this is very self-explanatory. We can add a where will be an object, and here we can add or operator, and we can write all our conditions inside this as an element to array. Right, perfect. Yeah. So what we can do here is I can cut this object, control X. Okay, and here in where will be an object, and here we can add or operator, and or will be an array. Okay, now here I can add the object. Okay, let me write it on a single line so that this looks more clean actually. And yep, so this is the first condition to this array, or first element to this array, and second will be, so this line of code will return all the messages that I have sent, right, to this user. Let's say this will return all the messages that I have sent to Suresh. If I am Mukesh, this will return me all the messages that I have sent to Suresh, to a specific user. But I want to get all the messages that Suresh has sent to me, that Suresh has sent to Mukesh. For that, here again I need to change this. So here I need to add sender ID, and sender ID will be equal to, this time it will be equal to receiver ID, and here receiver ID will be equal to user ID. So we have to reverse it. Now we will get all the messages exchanged between two specific users. Okay, the user is who is logged in, and the user whom he is chatting with. Okay, that's the perfect query. And we need to also order these messages in ascending order, so that the message which was newly created should come on the bottom, right, on the bottom. Yeah, and message which was sent earlier should come on the top. So we need to order it in ascending order. So here I'll add order by, and we can order it by using created at, and in ascending order. So here I can add ASC to sort this messages in ascending order. Okay, let me think of it. It will be ascending, right? If we are sending a newly created message, it should come on the bottom, not on the top. Yeah, perfect. Yep. So now let's try this, right? It will be fun. Let's go to our Prisma, our playground. Let me create a new tab here. Let me open the documentation. Yep, and let's click on this query, and let's click on here plus. Okay, we got the boiler code, and we need all the fields here. Okay, and let me log in as a Mukesh. So we have this Mukesh. Let me sign in and get the token of Mukesh. Okay, I got it. And let me add this in an authorization header. Okay, I'll remove this token, and I'll add the token of Mukesh. And what else? And a receiver ID will be Suresh. So Suresh has ID of 3. Okay, right? So let's pass this. And yeah, that's it. That's all we need, right? Okay, that's all we need. Let me minimize this, and we have added header variables, and looks good to me. Let's run it. Let's cross our fingers and run it. Oh, let me see if server has restarted or not. Okay, it has, it seems. I don't know why it didn't work. Okay, let me run it again. Something is wrong, it seems like. We have passed receiver ID. We can get the details of it. Looks good to me. What is missing here? Oh, we are not returning anything from this. Oh, my bad. This is terrible. So we can store the result of this in messages. Okay, and then we can return it. messages. Okay, perfect. Let's save this. Server should restart. Yep, it has. Now let's run this again and boom, there you go. We got all the things. Okay, so this if you can recall this was the first message that we sent, right? So it has ordered it in ascending order, right? Okay, so it has sorted this all messages in ascending order, and I can see all the messages exchanges, right, between user who has id of 3 and 2. Okay, see here. Okay, yeah, perfect. So it looks good to me. This is it from the GraphQL side. Now we should work from the next video on our client side, that is React. Once we do that, then we will come back to our GraphQL server and learn about subscriptions. Okay, we have a lot of things to cover. See you guys in the next video. Alright, so now in this section, we will start working on a UI side using React.js. Okay, so let's create a fresh project in React using create React app. So let me copy this from the documentation and I will open a folder where my GraphQL code is, and I'll open a terminal in that same folder, and here I'll paste that command and I'll rename my app to, let's say, client, client. Okay, I'll hit enter. Let's wait for a few seconds. All right, there we go. So let me navigate into client and I'll install few more things. Okay, we will be using this material UI as our UI library. It has so many components that will reduce our efforts. So I can click on this get started. I'll install it. Okay, I'll copy this statement. Let me zoom in. Okay, yeah. Control C and hit enter. Apart from that, we will, okay, there are a few more things that we need to install. We need to use this Roboto font, okay, and then we need to also install this icon separately if you want to use icons. Okay, yep, and it's done. So let me install the icon also. Let me copy this statement, Control C, and I'll paste here. Okay, and apart from that, later we will be adding navigation. Okay, so for that we will be using this React router version 6, so that also we have to install. Okay, so let me copy this also, Control C, and it's done. So let's install the React router also. Control C, Control V, hit enter. Okay, it will take a little bit. Also, we have to install this Roboto font in our React application. Not install, actually paste this line of code in head. Okay, so let me now, once the React router is installed, let me open my VS code in this current directory, and here is our VS code. Okay, I'll open public and index.html and I'll paste that Roboto font. Control C, and we can paste it in a head, maybe here. Okay, like so. Let's save this, and there we go. So we are done setting up our React application. Alright, so let's start the coding. So what I'll do is, first of all, I'll remove some of the boiler code from here. I'll get rid of all the things that we have here, and I can remove this logo. I can keep my CSS file, but I'll remove everything from here. Okay, yep, remove it. Let's save this, and let's save this as well. Okay, so let's start creating components. Okay, our custom components. So first of all, let's work on login and sign up, components. So we can create a separate component for login and sign up, or also we can club it in a one component also. Okay, so let me here, let's say I'll create a folder and I'll give it a name of, let's say, pages start. Yeah, pages. And inside this pages, we will have, let's say, auth screen.js. Yeah, okay. And if you have this extension installed, so I have this extension installed in my VS Code, so this will generate a boiler code for me. Okay, so if you do not have this, install it. Okay, so here what I'll do is I'll type RAFCE and boom, there you go. I got the boiler code for a component. Perfect. So first of all, I'll import couple of things. Uh, from material UI. Okay, so let me minimize this. Okay, so I'll import, first of all, I need box component, I need stack component. Don't worry, I'll explain you what all these components do. I need typography and I need button. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so first of all, let's use this box component. Now this box component doesn't add any new functionality. Basically, it's similar to div tag. Okay, but instead of using div, we are using box. It looks good. And apart from that, the beauty about box is you can give this any CSS attribute directly as a prop. Okay, you can give any CSS attribute directly as a prop. That's the beauty of box component. Okay, we will add CSS little bit later. Yeah, inside this box, we will have a stack component. Stack. Okay, and this stack will help us in aligning the content, in one dimensional way, that is either horizontally or vertically. And let's say inside this stack we will first of all add a typography. So typography, we can use it for our text. Okay, so we can use it for headings and paragraphs. So let's say here I can write, please sign up, maybe. Okay, and here I can add a variant. So I want to output this please sign up text as a, let's say, h5 tag. So here I need to add a variant, and that will be h5, like so. Okay, apart from that, I will import text field also. And now let's use this text field. Okay, I can self close it. So we will give couple of props to this text field. So first of all, I'll add a label. Label will be first name. Okay, and then we will have a variant, and that variant will be standard. So we have couple of, let me open the documentation actually. So if you will see here, text field, if I search text field component, we have couple of variants here, that is outline, filled, standard. Okay, and whatever the value we give to this label, it will come here. Okay, yeah, it will come here, it will show on the screen. Also, we will add a name attribute that will help us in updating the state. Okay, so let's say I can add first name without spaces. Okay, don't add spaces in it, and keep this camel casing. Okay, first letter small and then second letter capital. Yeah, and perfect. Let's, when we will type on it, we have to change our state also simultaneously. We have to keep track of the value that we type in it. So we have to import from here. We will have to import use state hook. Okay, and here maybe, we can keep all the text field that we will have in our page in a single object. Okay, so let me write here, let's say form data. We can create a variable, state variable with form data, and in order to update it, set form data, and this will be use state, and initially we can keep an empty object. Okay, and now here I can add, let me think, on change. Yes, on change we will update our state. Okay, now let's create here handle change. Handle, create a function const handle change, and we will pass event as an argument to it, and then we will update our state. We can use set form data, and again that is an object, and what we want to add here, so we want to set a key. The name of the key will be the name of this text field. Okay, so to access this name, okay, that is first name, we can get access it from this event. Okay, so here I'll add a square bracket and here I will write e dot target dot name. Okay, and what will, so this name will be set as a key to this object. Okay, to set it as a key for this object, we have to add this square brackets. And what will be the value that we can access from, again, from event dot get dot value, like so. Perfect. Okay, now I can here call handle change. So I will receive the event here, and here I can call handle change and pass this event. Okay, so whenever I'll type on this text input, my state will update. So this is the one way of passing handle change function. Or what we could do is we could simply write this way without parentheses. Now React will automatically pass that event when we will when we will type on this text field. Okay, so you can also do this way also without parentheses. Event automatically, React will pass event argument to it when we will type on it. Perfect. Let's create couple of more. I'll shift down key, and let's say here I can write last name, label will be last name, and standard. Okay, yeah, let's say when we will type on it, this time, see, we do not want to update our entire state. First we have, whenever we are on change, we should create a copy of our state, and then we should update it, right? Then we should add a new property to our object. Okay, so we have to create a copy. For that I will spread this form data, and now I can add a new value to it. That's how we should do it. Okay, yeah, so let's say if we type on this text input for the first time, then basically then what will happen is this will update. So in our object we will have, so let me here write a come add a object. Okay, so when we do it for the first time, let's say if we type here for the first time, then we will have something called as first name, and the value of that will be whatever we type it. Let's say now we will update this field. Now we will start typing on this field. Now we have to create a copy of this object and then add a new field to it. Okay, then we have to add a new field to it this way. So that's why we have to spread it first, and then we have to add a new field to it. Yep, I'll get rid of this. Okay, yeah, perfect. It looks perfect, and we will have couple of more fields here. We will have name will be email this time, and label will be, I can write here email, and type also I can here add, type will be email. Okay, yeah, perfect. And then we will have password, type will be password, name will be password, and label will be also password. And yep, it looks good. We will add a button to submit this all fields. So let me add a button. Okay, and here I can write maybe let's say simply submit, and I can add a variant to this button. So we have different variants for the button, so I'll use outline variant. Okay, you can actually look onto the docs what all variants you can give. Outline actually looks decent. Okay, and I'll also here add a type. So when I click on this button, it should submit all the fields. Okay, so I'll here add a type submit. Okay, perfect. So let me start the development server to actually have a look on how this looks so far. Okay, now this will type submit will only work when these all fields are inside our form tag. Okay, now here we have this box component, right? So we can output this box as a form component. For that, here I can add component, and that will be form, like so. Now this box will be rendered as a form component. Okay, so here we should add on submit also, if that's the case. Here we can add what will happen on submit? So here I'll add on submit prop. On submit, we will call a function. So let's create a function here, const handle handle submit submit, and that will be a arrow function like this. And then here we will receive event. First of all, we have to write e dot prevent default. We have to prevent the default behavior, because whenever we submit the form, page actually refreshes, so we do not want to refresh a page. And then what we can do is we can basically for now console.log our form data to see if our state is updating correctly or not. And now here handle submit, I can call it here, control V, like so. Perfect. So let's see how it looks actually. Oh, we haven't imported this component, right? So what we can do is we can get rid of this and we can import our auth screen like so. Let's save it and let's have a look how this looks actually. It seems like it's compiling. Okay, it's done, and this is how it looks. Okay, let's make it little decent. Okay, so we will add couple of styling to this. So first of all, what we could do is we could add a width to this stack. Okay, now if you want to write your custom css to any component, if you want to give any custom css to any component, you can use this special prop, that is sx, and you have to pass two objects, and here you can write any of your css property. Okay, let's say I'll give width of 400 pixels. If I save it, there you go, looks good. Now the content inside a stack is by default getting aligned in a column wise, but we should be little specific so that if other developers will have a look, they should get an idea of it. Default direction is column, but we would be like to here be specific, so I mention here column column. Okay, now apart from that, let's add a little spacing between these components. So for that I can add SPA spacing of, let's say, 2 units. Let's see how it looks. Perfect. Okay, perfect. So now what I can do is I can align this stack center both horizontally and vertically. For that I can basically use flexbox. So I can write css attribute, css property directly to this box as a prop. Okay, I can pass it directly as a prop. So here I will add dis PLR display equal to flex, and I'll here write justify justify content content, and that will be center. Okay, so it will center it row wise if I'm not wrong. Let's save this. Yep, perfect. And we have to center it column wise also. For that I'll add align items, and that will be center. Okay, but this will not work, I think. Yeah, because this box doesn't have enough height. So let's add height, and we will give it, let's say, 80% of the screen height. Okay, so let's give it, so I'll write here 80 VH to give it 80% of screen height. Perfect, this looks good to me. Okay, now let's see if our state is working or not. So if I type it here, any random stuff, okay, and if I write password, anything, if I click on submit, oh, it's telling us to add a correct email. Okay, perfect. Let's click on submit. Oh, console.log is not defined. I think I made a typo here. Oh, my bad. Okay, yep. So again, let's clear it, click it, boom, there you go. Our state is updating correctly, it seems like. Perfect. that's it for this video. Next video, we will add a functionality to login. So we will hide this first name and last name, and user should be able to enter email and password while logging in. Alright, so now user should also be able to log in. So we have to hide this first name and last name field. Now before we go ahead and do that, let's add little card. Okay, that will make a UI more decent and clean. Okay, so what you can do is we can import card from here, and we can basically wrap this stack with card component. Okay, Control X and boom, there you go. Let's save it, and it looks good, but let's add little padding and let's remove box shadow actually. To give custom CSS, I have to add SX prop here, and I'll add a padding of 10 pixel, and I will add a variant, and variant will be outline. Basically it will add a little outline border instead of box shadow. Okay, let's see. Perfect, awesome, it looks so clean. Okay, now what we should do is, first of all, when user visits our homepage, we should show them login page, right? We should show them login screen instead of sign up, and then we will ask if they do not have account, they can sign up. So let's say here for that we have to create a state here. Okay, so I'll create here state const let's say login, and then set, yeah, instead of login we can write show login. That is more better name, and then we can write here set show login, and this will be use state, and we can set a value of it to true. So that's initially it will be true. If it is true, then we should show login page, and if it is false, then we should show a sign up page. Okay. So see, if it is true, then we will change the text. Okay, here what we can do is we can add a ternary here. Okay, and here we can write a condition. If show login is true, then we will return login. Okay, else we will return this sign up text. Control X and Control V, like so. And same thing we will do with the button also. We will change the text of button also. Boom, like so. And if the login is true, then we need to hide these two fields. Okay, so for that, here again, this time I can use short circuiting. If show login is equal to false, or instead of writing like this, I can negate it. I can add exclamation here to reverse the condition. If show login is false, then we will return these two. Control X, and let me add it here. Okay, yep. And since we are returning 2 items at a time, so we have to add an empty fragment here. We can return only one component. Yep, perfect. So let's save this and let's see how it looks now. Okay, now we are able to see only these two fields, and please log in, and here also login button. Perfect. And now we should add a ability so that user can sign up also, right? So here maybe here before button we can add a text. I can use typography, and I can here use variant, and variant this time I can write maybe subtitle 1. It will be little, small. Let me show you actually how the subtitle looks. Yeah, so the subtitle 1 looks like this. It's a normal text. Okay, yep. Subtitle 1, and here if let's say show login is true, okay, here what we will do is, here if we ask if show login is true, then we will ask that user need to sign up, right? So I'll add a question mark here, else we will write here login and then question mark, like so. Okay, and when user click on it, when user will click on it, so here I'll add on click. Okay, and then we'll pass a function to it. Okay, and then what we will do is we will basically update our state. Okay, set show login and we will make it to false, but instead of hard coding a value we can negate it, right? So whatever the current value of our status, we are negating it. Show login. So this is the one way of writing, or instead we could also pass a function to it, and here we will get previous value of state, and then we can return negate of previous value. Yeah, and apart from that, what we will do is we will also make our this form data empty. Yeah, that is also we can do here. Set form data, and let's make it empty. Yep, let's save this and let's see if it works or not. Okay, if I click on sign up text, there you go, I am able to sign up. Let me again type it and let's see if our state is working fine or not. Sign up. Oh, I have to add a valid email here. Sign up. Okay, this is working. If I click on login, and again if I click on login, oh, I got an empty object, I need to type it again, my bad. So this is the issue that I notice here. We will solve it. It's not a big issue to solve. We can solve this. Now we should get this email and password locked. Okay, first let's center this also. Let's center this. Here to center this we can add text align, right? We can directly write CSS attribute as a prop because it's a typography is a special component. We can pass directly CSS attribute text line and value of that will be center. It should center it. Yep, perfect. Okay, so what here we should do is we should basically sync to fix the other issue. We can basically synchronize this and the text input fields and our state, but this will be a little problem because we are basically keeping our login and sign up data in single object. Or what other workaround would be is, we can import use ref hook, actually use ref. Okay, and we will store the reference of this form. Okay, so let me initialize this use ref const auth form frm, and this will be equal to use ref. Initially it will be null. Okay, it will not hold any reference, and then we will initialize ref, and that will be equal to auth form. And now what we will do is when we click on this text input, we can use this auth form dot current. Yep, and then here we can reset it, reset it, like so. Let's save this and this should work. Okay, yep, it will work definitely. Let's say if here I type anything, okay, at the rate abc.com, and here I can write password, let's say 12345, and if I navigate to other page, if I click on login, that will work as expected. But if I click on sign up, see, email and password will clear up. Okay, again I have to type it from scratch. Okay, let's verify this also here. If I click on sign up, it's working as expected. Okay, we have 4 fields here, but if I click on login, these fields are getting cleared up. Okay, yep. So this is how we can reset in case of uncontrolled component. Yeah, so that's it for this video. We will continue further in the next one.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a star freelancer.
Alright, so let's continue further. So once the user is logged in or signed in, he should be able to see the home screen or home page, I should say. So let's create a page for it. Okay, so here inside this pages, I'll create one more component, maybe home screen.js, like so. And here I'll type RAFCE, control space, okay, enter. Yep, so inside this home screen, what we will have is, first of all, we will have a box for sure. Okay, I have to import it. Yep, let me import it. Import something from @MUI, yes, material, and that is box. Okay, and then we will create a sidebar. Okay, a sidebar component, and in that sidebar we will have all the users with whom we can chat. Okay, so what I'll do is inside the source I'll create a folder and I'll give it a name of components. Okay, and inside this components I'll create a sidebar sidebar.js, like so, and here I'll type RAFCE, control space, boom, here you go. So let me first import this in home screen. Okay, let me here import this sidebar and self close it. Okay, yes, and and let's work on a sidebar component now. So it will basically have all the users in it. Okay, so here we need a box. First of all, we need box. Let's copy this, control C, and boom, and we will need here box component, and then let me think of it. We will have a text. Okay, so for that I can use typography, and we can write here chat maybe. Okay, and then variant I can give. Okay, variant will be it will be like h6 tag. Okay, and then what we are going to do is then we will show all the users after that. Okay, so let's create maybe another component for it. What I'll do is I'll create here another component. I'll give it a name of user card.js maybe. Okay, and I'll type RAFCE, control space. Okay, there you go. And inside that we will have, for now, let's say I can just write a name. Okay, let me write it this way. Let's go back to our sidebar, and what I'll do here, I'll actually create one array, const, and maybe users for now, and here I'll add object, and here I'll add ID, let's say 1, and first name. Let me pause the video and complete this task. Alright, there we go. So we have 3 users. So what I'll do is, first of all, after outputting this chat text, we will add a divider. Okay, here. So let me here import divider. So divider will add basically a horizontal line. So let's add this divider. Okay, and then what we will do is here we will iterate in this users array and then we will get all the individual item in it, and then we will return user card. Okay, we will return user card. Okay, self close it, and we will pass item prop, and that will be equal to the item which we have in here, item, like so. Okay, yep. So once we get this item, okay, uh let's go to this user card, and we can destructure from the props this item, and from item we can destructure first name, last name. Yeah, that's it we need for now, and also ID. Okay, yeah, perfect. And now in this user card, what we will have is for now let's output only first name only. Okay, and what I'll do is I'll go to my app.js, and I'll comment this auth screen, and I'll import instead home screen, and let me see how actually it looks. Okay, let's save this and let's see actually how it looks. It's compiling, I think. Yep. Alright, so this is how it's looking as of now. Super ugly. Okay, we have to work on it now. So what I'll do now is, first of all, I'll go to my sidebar, and I'll style this box. I will style this box. Okay, so I can actually pass CSS property directly as attribute. So first of all, I'll have a background color of little gray. Okay, so for that I can write hash f7 f7 f7. Okay, and then I'll have a height. I'll give it a full height of screen. So height will be equal to 100 vh, and then minimum width I will give. Minimum width will be, I have to make w here capital. Width will be let's say 250 pixel. Let's see how it looks, and then we will add a padding also. Padding will be 10 pixels. Okay, let me see how it looks now. And is it compiling? I think min width is not working, it seems like. Let me check. It worked. Or instead, what I should do is, instead of adding minimum width, I should add a max width, or I should add a fixed width actually, and then later we will change it to min width. Okay, so I should add a fixed width for now. Later we have to change it. I'll tell you later why we have to change it. Okay, perfect. Yeah, later we will have to change this, because here also we will have some content now. So later we will have to change it to min width. Okay, but for now this looks good. Let's style little bit user cards. Okay, so what we can do is, let's go to our user card. Okay, yep. So here we will use, first of all I need to import stack component. I'll import something from @ material, and that is stack, and here I'll use stack, and inside this stack we will have, first of all we will have an image of user. So we can generate image based on this first name and last name. For that we can use one API, that is this dice bears. Okay, so it can generate nice avatars. Okay, avatars. So you can go to documentation and see what all avatars it can generate, but it can also generate avatar based on initials, that is name. Okay, so here we have to pass initials and then the name. Okay, let me copy this API, and here I think they have given an example. Yep, so let me copy this actually API, Control C, and for avatars in Material UI, let me go to Material UI documentation, and they have an avatar component, I guess. Yeah, they have avatar component, and yeah, this is the avatar component. Beautiful, isn't it? It's looking so nice. So let's import that avatar. Okay, and then we can here use avatar, and let me self close it. Okay, and to avatar we have to pass source, and source will be a URL. So I'll use backticks here, basically template literals, and I'll paste the API. Okay, and here we have to write initials. So we will generate an image based on name. So I have to write INIGIALS initials. Okay, and then I need to pass here name. Okay, so I want to here I'll pass dollar. I'll have to inject these variables. So here I'll inject first name, and then I'll give space, and here again I'll write last name. Let me minimize this like so. And apart from that, let's give this little width and height to this image. Let's say we can give width of maybe 32 units, or let's write it in pixels, 32 pixels, and height will be 32 pixels. Okay, and then we will have a typography, simple typography, and here we will show, again I can copy this and just paste it, Control C, Control V, like this. And variant we can give subtitle to, this time it will be little bold, variant VAR, variant will be subtitle 2. Okay, let's save this and let's see how it looks. And it looks good. Okay, it looks fine, but we have to align these two boys row wise, these two items row wise, right? So here we can change the direction. Okay, so we have used stack, so here I will just change the direction. Direction will be row. Okay, let me save this and let's see how it looks. Perfect. Let's add a little bit of spacing. So here I can use spacing, SPA spacing, and let's say 8 units. Let me, oh, you have to add it in braces. Okay, let's see how it looks. Nope, it's not looking that good. So what we will do is we will add a padding also. So here for that, that's the custom CSS I have to write. So I will add padding in Y direction. So it's a short form. Okay, if you want to add padding from top and bottom, you can use this PY, and let's give it a 1 unit. Let me see how it looks now. It is looking good, but we have too much of the spacing here. It's simple, huh? Let's reduce it. Let's give it a 2 maybe. Let's save this. And yeah, it's now looks good. Okay, it is looking beautiful, awesome. So that's it for our sidebar. I think it's looking beautiful. Next we will work on our chat screen. Okay, all right, let's continue further. So now in this video, let's add routing in our application. Now before I go ahead and talk about routing, let me add little bit of the UI enhancement. Let's say when I hover on these cards, the background of these cards should get changed, and cursor also should get changed. Okay, so for that, to this user card I can give class name and maybe user card, like so. And let me copy this, Control C, and where is our app.css here? So here I'll add a hover. Okay, and then when we hover on it, we will change the background color, and background color will be white. Okay, and also we will change the cursor, and we will use pointer here. Okay, let's save this and let's see how it looks. It seems like it's compiling. Okay, and apart from that, let's Let's give this unique key while iterating so that we should not get here warning here. Okay, so let me go to sidebar and let me add a unique key here. Key will be item.id. Okay, we have id here, right? Perfect. Okay, let's save this and let's see. Let's reload this. We should not get any warning now. Okay, and if we hover on it, you can see background and cursor are changing. Okay, perfect. Now let's talk about routing. Okay, so you see what will happen is, let's say right now we are on a default route, that is slash. Okay, so let's say when we are on default route, we will show the sidebar will remain common, and then here maybe we can show a welcome component. Okay, maybe a welcome component will have a, let's say, welcome to application or something like that. It will have a simple text, and when user clicks on it, we will change the route and we will navigate user to chat screen. Okay, the sidebar will remain common. Okay, sidebar will remain common. Here we will change a component. Okay, yes, so let me write the code and then you will get more clarity on this. So let me first open my index.js, because we have to import browser router. Okay, before we use any routing related stuff in our component, we have to wrap our entire application with browser router. Okay, so let me go ahead and do that first. React router DOM, and we have to import here browser router, and let's wrap our entire application with this browser router like so. Control X and boom, there we go. Okay, once it's done, let's now go to a sidebar. Not sidebar, actually to our home screen. Okay, so to our home screen we have the sidebar. Now here we will show a route. If it's a default route, then we will show a welcome text, or if it's a other route, then we will show a chat screen. Okay, so let me create a separate component here for routing. Okay, so I'll write here maybe all routes, and that will be a arrow function like this, and here we have to return a component. So we have to import a couple of things from React router DOM. Okay, React router DOM, and first of all we need to have a route. Okay, and then also routes. Okay, these two things we need. So first of all we have to wrap our all the routes with this routes component. Okay, now here inside in this routes component we can add our individual routes. Okay, so we will have two routes. Okay, so let me add route, and I can self close it. If let's say if path will be that is default path, that is for a home screen, if path will be slash, then we will show a component. For that, here we have to add element, and here we will show a maybe simple component which will display a welcome text. Okay, we will create it later, and let me duplicate this. I'll shift down key, and then we will have another route, and let me here create a route variable. So let's say id, and then we will have two variables and name. We will pass also name. So what will happen is, when we will click on these, okay, so we will navigate to this route. Okay, and we will pass two arguments, two parameters while navigating. So first will be the id. Okay, and then second will be the name of the user. Okay, yeah, that we have to do here, and we will show chat screen component in that case. Okay, right now we have not created it, so let's create both of the components here. Yeah, so let me here in my component, let me create first of all welcome.js. Okay, RFCE, control space, and boom, and inside this welcome we will have a stack. Let me see if it automatically gets imported. stack, yep, stack, and inside the stack we will have a typography. Let's use this, and here let's say we can write welcome to let's say Teams. Okay. And then variant, here we can add variant, and variant will be h2. It will be rendered as a h2 tag. And then we have to center this, and for that let's add justify content and center. It will center it in a column wise, because in case of stack default direction is column, and to center it row wise we can give align items, and that will be center. And then yeah, that's it, I think. Okay, let's save this, and let's now here show welcome component. Let me self close it like so. Okay, let's save this and let's see what happens. I think we should get a what is wrong here. Let me, for now, where is our home screen? For now, let me add a welcome component here also. Let's save this, and we should get welcome component. Oh, here we have to control C, here we have to use this. Okay, all routes, control V. Okay, so sidebar will remain common, and depending on what path we are, this will change. Okay, this component will change. Let's save this, and is it compiling? Let me reload this. Seems like something is wrong here. Well, nothing is wrong here. Actually, if you will scroll down, there you can see we have this text. So actually we want to put this component in this area, right? So basically we want to align these sidebar and this component in a row. Okay, so let me add the styling for it. So to box, I think we can give display flex. This will fix the issue if I am not wrong. Let's save this, and this should fix it. Yep, it fixes it, but I think this is not taking entire available space here, if I am not wrong. Yep, it should take the entire available space. For that, I think I can give to this welcome, I can give flex grow of 1. Let's save this, and this should fix the issue. And yep, here we can see welcome to Teams. Okay, now let's say if we click on it, we should change the route here, and we should show a chat screen. Okay, so we will go to user card, and or yeah, here we can write the logic. Yeah, it's perfect. Here we can add basically on click CLICK, we will navigate, we will change the path basically. Okay, change the route basically. For that we have to import use navigate. Okay, so let me see if I can get suggestion. Yes, and VS Code will automatically import it for me. Oh, actually it has to be imported from React Outer DOM. Yeah, and then we can initialize this hook const navigate, and then here we can use an arrow function, and here I can write navigate, and here I can provide a path. Okay, so here I'll use template literals. So path will be slash, and then dollar, we have to pass ID. So we have already access to the ID. Yep, here. Okay, why we are passing the ID? Because here we are getting all the users ID, right? So we can basically have some piece of information in a chat screen, right? So that's why we are passing the user ID also. And also let's pass the username. that we can pass like this dollar and then first name space dollar last name like so. Okay, let's save this. And now what we will do is we will create the component. Okay, so here I'll create chat screen.js. Okay, here I'll type rafce. Yep, and here let me, for now what I'll do is I will basically extract the parameters. Okay, so when we are navigating from our home screen to chat screen, then we will check if we can get these parameter for now. Okay, from the URL, actually from the path, from the parameter. Yeah, so to get these parameters we have use params hooks that we can use. Let me do that. So I'll here write use params. Yep, we have that, but that should be imported from React router DOM if I am not wrong. Yes, and from the parameters we are passing two parameters in a URL, so we can restructure those. So one is the ID and one is the name. And for now let's show that in our chat screen. Okay, let's show these two things here, ID and then second is the name. Oh, not name, actually it's first name, right? Yep, I think it's first name and last name. Well, that depends on what name we have given to our path. Okay, let me see. Let me go to home screen. Yeah, it is name actually. Yeah, so we are passing two parameters. One is the ID and one is the name. Yeah, so here whatever name we have given, that with that name only we can extract it from our parameters. So where is it? It will be name. Yes, here we have to write name. We have to restructure name and ID, and we are just showing that on our screen. Okay, so let's see if this works. If I click on Mukesh, here the path got changed, but component didn't rendered, and the reason for that is, let's go to our home screen. Here also we have to, this time we have to show chat screen. Okay, let's save this, and now it should change. Okay, here you can see ID has been rendered and the name has been rendered, and if I change the route, it's working perfectly. Beautiful. So next video we will start working on our chat screen component. Alright, so now let's start working on the chat screen. Okay, so let me open my chat screen component. Beautiful. So first of all, we can use box component on the root level. Okay, and inside this box, let's give this box flex grow 1 so that it can take the entire available space. Flex grow of 1. Okay, and then we will have app bar here. Okay, so in material UI we have a component that is app bar. Yes, so let me see the code for it. Okay, so this is the app bar, so we can use it. We have to import toolbar also. Okay, so let me copy this code, this much code actually. So not this much from the app bar. Yep, Control C, and let me paste it here. Okay, so we have this app bar, so we have to import it. Okay, so let me import it here. I'll import something from @MUI material, and it is app bar. We have to also import toolbar. Okay, and then here you know what, rest of the things I can get rid of these things inside toolbar. Okay, so why we are using toolbar? Because you know, whatever items we will add into a app bar, so toolbar what it will do, it will add little padding around those items, and also it will align those items in a row. Okay, yeah, that's why we require toolbar here. So inside this toolbar, let's say we can use avatar. Okay, so this avatar that we used earlier in a user card. So let me copy this avatar code for that avatar. So where is our user card? Here it is. So let's copy this bad boy, Control C, and here I'll paste it like this. Okay, and we have to here import this avatar like so, and height will be perfect, and after avatar we will have a typography. Yes, and let's say here we can show the name. Okay, name of the user. And yeah, apart from that, variant will be, let's say, h6 variant variant will be h6, and let's save this and let's see how that looks actually. Oh, boxes, we forgot to import box here. Okay, let's save this, and now okay, yeah, okay, my bad. Here instead of writing first name and last name, we can write just name. Let's save this, and now hopefully we should get our beautiful app bar. Okay, but this color blue, I can get rid of this, and also I can remove the box shadow, right? Yep, we can basically make our UI little clean here. Okay, so for that, here to this app bar we have to give our custom CSS. For that, here I can use SX prop, and I can first of all add background color of, let's say, white. I do not like this blue color, and apart from that I will remove the box shadow. For that, I can add box shadow, and that will be 0. Okay, let's save this and let's see how it looks. Perfect. So text color is white, I think, so let's change it to black here. So color will be, so in case of typography or box component, we can give any CSS attribute directly as a prop. Okay, and to rest of the component we have to use this SX prop. Black color will be BLACK. Okay, let's save this, and perfect. Let's give this little margin from the right side. Okay, so we can give, or we can give this avatar little margin from right side here. So here I can use MR to give margin from right side, and that will be 2 units. Let's say, let's save this, and this should look good actually. Yep, perfect. It's looking beautiful. Awesome. So now rest of the area we will have here a screen where we will show chats, and on the bottom we will show a text input where user will be able to type a message. Okay, so now again, after this app bar ends, we will add a box component here. Okay, yep, and inside this box we will show, let's say, a message, and let me add a background color to this box. Background color will be a little gray color. So for that I can use hash f5 f5 f5, and height will be HEIGST height. It will take basically 80% of a screen. Okay, so here I can give 80 VH for that, and let's add little padding. Okay, we will add padding little later. Let's see how it looks actually for now. Okay, perfect. Here you can see we have got this box which has height of 80 VH. Perfect. It's looking so nice and clean. Okay, now let's add a text field also. Text field. Okay, and here let's give this name. Name will be that I do not know. Let's do not add the name for now, and placeholder we can give. So why I'm not adding a name? Because that I have to check in my GraphQL schema. Name should match. Okay. I'll add it later. Here placeholder we can give, enter message, and variant we will keep standard. Variant will be standard. And okay, let's save this and let's see how it looks. Perfect. We should increase the width, and also we can also give it a height. Okay, it should take the rest available area. So first of all, let's give this full width. Okay, and apart from that, let's make it multi-line to give it to take the remaining height. Okay, so let's make it multi-line, and it will take how many rows that we have to also specify. It will take, let's say, 2 rows. Let's save this, and this should look decent. Okay, perfect. It's looking good to me. Yeah, perfect. Okay, yeah, it's perfect. If you want to increase it more, then you can, let's pass 3 and let's see how it looks. Okay, so it has taken too much. 2 was a decent actually. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I think that's it. And let's create a separate component for this message also. Okay. So what we will do is we will create a one more component here. Let's say message card.js. Okay, and RAFCE, and here we will show messages. Okay, and in here what we will do is let me think of it. We will have a box first of all again. So in this message we will have two things actually. We have to show the text, and also two text we have to show. One is the text itself, and one is the time also when this message was sent or received. Okay, so here let's add typography. Okay, and also we have to import box, and to this typography we will give variant, and this time we can maybe keep it subtitle 2, subtitle 2, and background color we can keep it maybe white. Yes, that will look good. Let me write these on new line. White, and then let's add also little padding around the message. Padding will be 5 pixels. Okay, and here I can show the message, let's say. So message, what we can do is we can pass it as a prop. Okay, yes, that we can do. Text, and also date we will also pass. Okay, so here we can just write text, and then here let me duplicate this. I'll shift down key, and here variant we can pass this time for showing that time. The variant we can pass it caption, so it is very small text caption, and background color we do not need, and padding also I think we do not need here. Yep, and here we will show date. Let me rename this to date, and here we will show date like this. Let's save this, and here what we will do is chat screen. Here instead of writing hi, I can import my message card here, message card here, like so. And here let's pass text maybe, and let's pass date also. It will be time, or you can write any number. Let's duplicate this couple of times and let's see how this looks. Oh wow, perfect. I think background color didn't work. Let me see why. Okay, let me open this again, and oh, I actually made a typo here. Let's save this. Now it should work. Perfect. There is something wrong actually. Let me think of it. Right now it's taking basically the whole available, width. Maybe to fix this, what we can do is later also in the whole available width, we have to also align some messages on the right side, right? So for that, I think we can wrap this box in another box. Let me try that way, okay? We will put this box in another box. And here, let me give here display flex. Okay, let's see now what happens. Perfect. Perfect. Awesome. Now it's looking more beautiful. Let's say if you want to, now align some messages on the right side, here also you can give the direction. Okay, justify content. So default direction is row, right? In case of flex, in case of stack, default direction is column, right? So justify content aligns in a direction that is set. Okay, so right now the default direction is row. So justify ent content, if I let's say give it to end. Okay, so now messages will show on the right side. Yep, perfect. Okay. So what we will do is, let's say we will also pass the direction from here. Direction. Okay, and here we can write a direction also. Yep, that is more clean. Now here what we can do is we can pass a direction also. Direction will be, let's say or direction will be let's say start. Okay, and here we can give direction, let's say end. Okay, and to this also control C, control V. Perfect. And okay, let's save this, and it's looking beautiful to me. Okay, it's looking beautiful. And apart from this, what we should do is we should add little, I think, padding, right? Yeah, to the entire box. So to this box which has all the messages in it, we can add a padding of, let's say, 10 pixels. Let's save this, and now perfect, this looks beautiful, awesome. Okay, now if let's say if messages overflows, okay, if I have, let's say, too many messages, then what will happen, that I have to see. Okay, if I duplicate it too many times, then I should give it a fixed height, right? Or I should give overflow hidden. Okay, yes, that we should give here. So here we should write uh over let me first, what I'll do is, first of all, I'll do a inspect here, and here I'll try that. Okay, so here what I'll do is, first of all, I'll go to this div, and here I will try uh overflow in y direction, and let's keep it to auto. Yeah, auto, or let's say hidden also will work. No, not hidden, scroll, or we can keep overflow by auto. That's perfect. Overflow by auto. Here we can write overflow y, and that will be auto. Let's save this, and now let's reload this. Actually, I think it didn't work. Overflow maybe this CSS property is not directly supported as a prop. Okay, let me try here sx prop. Sx and overflow and overflow y will be auto or scroll. Yeah, let's save this and this should fix the issue, I think. Yeah, it fixes it. Okay, for now we can get rid of so many messages. Yeah, it's perfect. So I think we have done a very good job here. Okay, our chat screen looks beautiful, so neat and clean. Yeah, so this is for this, that's it for this video. So we will continue further in the next one. All right, so before we go ahead and start using Apollo client, there are two improvements in UI that I have to make. First of all, here I have made a typo in my message card. It should be variant, variant. Okay, and here also I have made the same mistake here. Okay, let's save this. This should fix this issue at least. Okay, now it's looking beautiful. Apart from that, here I would like to add a logout option so that user can log out. Okay, so let me go to my sidebar, and this is our chat text. Okay, after this chat we will add a logout. So let me go to icons and get that icon. Okay, so where are the icons? Material icons. Yeah, here I'll search for logout. Yep, this looks good to me. Yeah, so let me click on it, and yeah, this way we can import it. Okay, perfect. So let me where is our sidebar? Yeah, this one. Here I'll import this. Okay, and here after this chat I can put this logout icon, self close it. Okay, and on click that we will decide later. Right now we will not add any on click on this. Let's see how this looks. Let me reload this, or it's compiling, I think. Okay, here it is. So we should align these two bad boys in a row. Okay, for that I can wrap these both with a stack component. Stack, and here stack will be inside the stack. We will have these two bad boys. Okay, and then the direction we can set it to row, and we will add a space between them. Okay, so direction will be row, and justify content will be between. Okay, let's save this, and this should look good. Yeah, perfect. Okay, perfect. So that's it for this video. Alright, so in this section we are going to learn about GraphQL subscriptions. So let me define it in a one line. What are these GraphQL subscriptions? They are nothing. They are just operation, or I should say a GraphQL subscription is a feature by using which we can establish two-way communication between our client, and that is browser, and a server. So these GraphQL subscription uses WebSocket protocol to achieve this two-way communication functionality. So they don't use HTTP, they uses WebSocket protocol. Okay, so that's what it is in a nutshell. So you'll get more clarity once we will start the coding. Okay, so right now I'm onto the documentation of Apollo server, and I'm reading this, how to implement this, and then I noticed that in this documentation, they have documented the stuff, and they are using this library to basically implement WebSockets with GraphQL. Okay, but this library is going to be deprecated, and there is a modern library that is this GraphQL WS. Okay, so we will be using this library GraphQL WS with a Apollo server. Okay, to implement this WebSocket with GraphQL. Okay, yep. So we have to set up a Apollo server so that we can start using a subscription, or I should say WebSockets. Okay, yep. So what we have to do is, first of all, we have to switch from Apollo server to Apollo server Express. Okay, yes. We can't use subscriptions with this core Apollo server package. Okay, so we have to switch to Apollo server Express. So let's go ahead and do that first. Okay, so yeah, so what I'll do is I will install it. Okay, let me stop the server here. We need couple of things. We will install all the things in a one go. So I'll install npm install, and I'll first of all install Apollo server Express, and then we need GraphQL WS, and then we need one more thing actually at the rate. Let me see what is the name of that. Yeah, GraphQL tools schema. We need this also. We need these three things. Okay, yep. So let's install these three things. Okay, now what I can do is I can make changes to this server file, or I should create a new file. I will keep this file for your reference, but I will here create a new file. Let's give it a name of let's say server 2.2. Okay, server2.js. So I'll copy all the stuff from here, Control C, and I'll put in my server2.js. Okay. So all we have to do here is, first of all, instead of using this Apollo server, here we have to write now Apollo server Express. So what I'll do is I will do a global search wherever I am using Apollo server. I will in my resolver, again here also I have to write Apollo server control space Express and in type def. Okay, so we are using it only in two places. So one advantage of using this Apollo server Express package is we can use subscriptions, and also now with GraphQL API we can create our REST APIs as well using Express. Okay, so we need to install Express as well. I actually forgot. Yeah, so we need Express as well. npm install Express. We need this. So one good thing about this package is now you can also implement REST APIs as well. Okay, so you have your GraphQL API as it is, and you can implement REST APIs as well using app.get, again the way we do it in Express. But we won't be doing that. Just I'm telling you that you can do this. Now let's scroll that here documentation. Let's read the documentation of this, how to set up a WebSockets with GraphQL. Okay, so if you scroll all the way to the down, here you will find that a link which shows that how to use this with Apollo server Express. I'll open this and we will read this. Okay, so we have to follow these all stuff here. Okay, so we have to import first of all WebSocket server. We have already imported Apollo server. We will import these three things actually. Let me let me copy whole this stuff, Control C, and let me remove all of that, or I should keep my context here, or let me comment this actually here, and here let me paste all of that here. Okay, so yep, so let me remove these extra comments here. Okay, and schema we do not have created any file with the name of this, so schema we can remove. Schema we have to generate it. Okay, that we will do, don't worry on that part. So here we have initialized our Express, here we have initialized our Apollo server. Okay, and we have passed schema to it, but we have not created it. Okay, we have to create a schema out of this type def and resolver. Okay, don't worry on that part. And then we are passing apply middleware. Okay, perfect. And yep, and rest of the things we have commented it out. Okay, now here I would like to do a couple of things here. Let me see. So first of all, here to this Apollo server schema, we will create it in a shortly. Here I'll pass something called as context. Okay, context context also context, and let me, you know what, this is the context. Okay, this is the context that we have here. So let me copy this function, Control C, or I should copy this whole line, Control C, and what I'll do is I will create a context, maybe here, yes, const context, context, and Control V, and let me remove these comments from here. Okay, yep. So we have a context now, that's the function, and we are passing it here to Apollo server. So that's done. Apart from that, we need to create a schema out of this type def and resolvers. Okay, so let's import that. So we have to import, I'll import something from @GraphQL tool/schema, and the name of that is make executable schema. Okay, so we can use this to generate the schema actually. Okay, so here what I'll do is here I'll create const schema, and that will be make executable schema, and here we can pass type def. Okay, you can see we are getting session, and the value of that will be equal to type def. Okay, so key and value both are same, so I can condense it down to just type def, and here we can also pass resolvers, and the value of that will be resolvers. Key value both are same, so I'm just writing it resolvers here like so. Okay, now here see, our GraphQL server will run on this path. Okay, and no, our subscription server will run on this path /GraphQL. That is fine. And protocol will be different. Protocol will be WS instead of HTTP. And our Apollo server, that is GraphQL server, will be running on which path? Here you can give that path also. Let's say if you want your GraphQL to run on a different path, you can provide it, or the default path is GraphQL only. Okay, GraphQL only. If you do not write any path, the default path will be GraphQL only. So earlier it was running on a default route, that is slash. Okay, that is slash, but now it will run on our GraphQL server, or Apollo server will run on this /GraphQL on HTTP protocol. Okay, HTTP or HTTPS. It will run on HTTPS protocol, and this subscription server will run on WS protocol, but on the same path. Okay, yes, so path is same for a subscription server and our GraphQL server, but only protocol will be different. Okay, and here I can basically add a console.log Apollo and subscription server is up. Okay, and yeah, let's save this, and let me now ditch my nodemon server. Okay, let me stop my nodemon server, and here let me open a new terminal here, and what I'll do is I'll type nodemon, and the name of our file is this time server2.js. Okay, let me run it. Cannot find package WS. Oh, so I was expecting an error. Okay, so let's install this also. npm install WS. Okay, yep. And I think we need to do one more thing. Okay, first let's see if this fixes the issue here. Yep, so express is also not imported. Okay, my bad, this is terrible. Okay, no issues. Let's import express from express. Okay, let's see. Are there any other issues? I am expecting one issue actually. Yeah, I was expecting this. We have to basically, before using uh, this apply middleware, we have to write here Apollo server dot start. That's the syntax that we have to follow, and we have to await it. Then only we have to do this apply middleware stuff. So we have to await it. Yeah. So let's save this, and this should fix the issue. Okay, so let me actually restart. Let me reload this server. Oh, I think I missed A here. Okay, my bad. Yeah. Apollo server is not defined. Okay, let me, kill my server. Okay, we can see it's fixed. Apollo and GraphQL server subscription servers up. So now that we have set up our WebSocket with Apollo server, from the next video onwards, we will start using the subscription. We will leverage subscriptions. That's it for this video.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a star freelancer.
Alright, so now that we have done setting up our Apollo server with WebSockets, now we can start using subscriptions. Okay, so first things first is, first of all, we have to create a schema. So let's go to type def, and the same way as we have done it for mutation or for query, same thing we have to do with the subscriptions as well. So here we will add a type, and type will be subscription, and we will have a subscription, and subscription, let's give it a name of maybe message added. Okay, and this message subscription will return a new message that is sent, right? So the type of it will be this message that we have, like so. So we have added this message edit subscription. Now we have to resolve it. Okay, so let me copy this message edit, Control C, and now let's go to our resolvers, and let me minimize these things. Let me minimize this query and mutation, and here we have to, this time we have to resolve subscription. Let me see if S is capital SUBSCRIP. Okay, spelling is correct, it seems. So we have to resolve subscription. So here I'll write subscription, and we have to resolve message added subscription, right? Like this. And now this will be again an object. Now here we have to write some line of code. I'll explain you what is the meaning of that line of code in a while, but we have to install a package, one package. So I'll open my terminal here, and we have to install npm install, and that is GraphQL subscription, if I'm not wrong. Let me check the name. Yep, it's GraphQL subscription. Basically this provides us a class that is PubSub class. We have to create an instance of it, so that's why we need this package. I'll hit enter. Okay, so it will install. It's done. So first of all, we have to import something from GraphQL subscription, and we have to import basically PubSub class. Basically the full form, this PubSub stands for publish and subscribe. Yeah, we have to create an instance of it. Const PubSub is equal to new PubSub. Okay, I'll explain you what's the use of it. Don't worry about that. Yeah, I'll explain the use of it. Okay, so now from here in this message added, we have to add a property called as subscribe. Okay, SUBSCRIBE, subscribe, and that will be a function, and this function returns a async iterator, and that async iterator is provided by this PubSub instance. Okay, so here I'll write pubsub dot async iterator. Okay, so subscribe will return this async iterator, and in this async iterator we have to pass a event. Okay, so we will reuse that event. Okay, we will use that event again in some place. So let me here define that event. Okay, so let's create a constant here, and let me here uh, let's say we can give the our event a name of, let's say, maybe message a added. Okay, everything in capital, and the value of that will be we can write in quotes, we can write the same thing in quotes. Okay, this is the name of our event. So yeah, so I can copy this and I can basically pass this to this async iterator. Now what is happening here? What is this line of code? Let me explain it. What will happen is, let's say from the client, once we subscribe to this message added, once we subscribe from the client, from the browser, now what this async iterator will do, it will sit in our application and it will listen when this event will emit. Okay, it will sit this async iterator. Once the client subscribe to this message at async iterator will sit in our application, and it will listen for this event emission, this message added event emission. Once this message added event emits, it will broadcast that to all its subscriber. Whosoever has subscribed to this, it will broadcast this message added event to its subscribers. So this async iterator, what it is doing, it's sitting in our application and it's listening when this message added event gets fired. Once the message added event gets fired, it will broadcast that to its subscribers. Okay, so that's the logic of this code in a nutshell. Okay, so you do not have to worry. I know it's tough initially to understand these logics, but that's the syntax that we have to follow here. Okay, yeah, so we have to now emit this event. Okay, yes, so once the event gets emitted, this async iterator will broadcast that emitted event to all its subscribers. Okay, so when we have to emit this event, so basically here in this mutation, let me minimize this sign up and sign in user. When we are creating a new message, at that time, before returning it, we can emit a event. Okay, yep. So before returning this message, we can emit an event, and once we emit the event, this async iterator will catch it and it will broadcast that to all its subscribers. Okay, so how to emit an event? So basically we can use this pubsub, and then we will using publish. So we can use publish to emit that event. Okay, to fire that event I should say. So we have to pass a name, so name should be same. That's why we created a constant and defined that name on the top. So name should be same here. We have to fire message added event. Okay, and what data it will have? So it will have object, and the key here should be same. Key here should be same that we are here resolving here. That's the message added, right? So key should be same your subscription to your, so whatever the name you have given to your subscription, in our case we have given message added, that should be the key here in the object. And what it will have, it will have this message, that's newly created message, this data it will have. That's it, we are done on a on our server side. From the next video we will write the code on the client side, and we will subscribe to this subscription, and we will listen for real-time changes. So that's it for this video. Alright, so now let's set up our Apollo client so that we can start using subscriptions on our client side. Okay, yep. So before I go ahead and do that, this time your GraphQL server is running on, you have to change this URL here, right? Our GraphQL server is now this time running on /GraphQL. Okay, that this thing you have to keep it in your mind. Okay, now you will see something called as subscriptions also here. Yeah, so let's go back to our topic. So we have to set up a Apollo client so that we can start using subscription. So what we will have to do here is we have to install this GraphQL WS on the client side as well, and yeah, then we can start using it. So let's copy this, Control C, and we have to install it in our client side. this is the client folder here, cmd, and here inside here I'll paste this code and I'll hit enter. Okay, so let it install. Okay, and then and also make sure that you are using let me close these now. You are using Apollo client version, that is 3.5.10. okay, make sure you use same version so that you and I can be on a same page. Yeah, and now we have to import these things, we have to do these things, we have to import these things. Okay, let's go to our index.js file. Let me close this and let's go to our index.js in the client side, where it is inside the source we have it. Okay, and here we will paste the code that I got from my uh, documentation, and here we have imported two things. Okay, and then here we are creating WSL link, that is basically WebSocket link, where our WebSocket is running. So our WebSocket is running on WS protocol, host is same, and the path is GraphQL only here. GraphQL only. Okay, yeah, protocol is only different. Yeah, and then we have set up WSL link, we have to set up HTTP link also. Yeah, so this time we have to create a new instance of it and do it this way. So we will do it this way as the documentation says it to do so. So what I'll do is basically I should copy this whole line of code actually. You know what? Yeah. Yeah, let's copy this whole line of code actually here. Let me get rid of this thing and let me here paste this code, whole line of code. I can get rid of these extra comments here. Okay, I'll tell you what each and every line means. We have imported this HTTP link. Okay, so first of all, HTTP link, it has the URI of our GraphQL server. That's correct. Okay, GraphQL server is running on HTTP protocol and path is /GraphQL. That's perfect. Okay, and our WebSocket is running on same path. It's /GraphQL only protocol is different. Now here, this is split link. What this split link is doing? So we are using a split function that is coming from Apollo client. What it is doing, it's basically what it's doing, it's checking the operation, what operation of a query is. If the operation of query is subscription, okay, then this split link will return WSL link. Else if it's a query or if it's a mutation, in that case it will return HTTP link. Okay, yeah, so that's what this split link is doing for us. So depending on what operation it is, if it's a subscription operation, it will return WSL link, and if it's a other operation, let's say if we are querying data or if we are mutating data, then it will return WSL link. Okay, yeah. So now I can get rid of this HTTP link here. Okay, that we have already defined here on the top, so we do not need this here. So I can remove it here. Okay, from the bottom, and here what I'll do is, first of all, I'll control X my auth link here and I will put it on the top. Okay, and here what I'll do is basically here, instead of writing like this, here I'll return, here I'm returning HTTP link, right? Here what I'll do is here I'll use auth link dot concat, and here then I'll pass HTTP link here like this. Okay, now to this link we can pass a split link like so, this way. Okay, and I think we are done. Yeah, we are done. So that's it. So to this link we have passed split link and we are good to go. There's also a step 5 that is authenticate over WebSocket. That also we can do it, but that's an optional. We have added our own authentication, right? So user will only be able to subscribe if he is logged in, right? So this is optional step. We can do that also, we can do, but we will leave it as it is. So I think that's it for this video. So from next video onwards, we can start using subscriptions on a Apollo client. Alright, so now let's start using the subscription. Okay, so let me open the components and let me open my chat screen. Okay, so same way how we use query, the same way we use subscription also, use subscription hook also. So we have hook, that is use subscription hook, that we can use here. Okay, so after this use mutation, I'll initialize my use subscription as subs. It will automatically get imported. VS Code will automatically import it from me from Apollo client. And so we have to pass so here inside this GraphQL, here I can create a new file. Let's say subscriptions.js. I'll copy some code from here, Control C, and I'll paste it in here, Control V. Let's give this subscription a name of, let's say, message underscore sub. Okay, and what we can do is we can use Apollo Studio, and I can basically create a new tab here, and I will click on this. We have subscriptions. I'll click on here and I'll click on this plus to write the code, and yeah, message added, and we need all these things. So the syntax for subscription is same, right? We have to write subscription, and then we can give a unique name to it, and then what subscription we want. We want to subscribe to message added, right? So that's how. So its syntax is same to query or mutation, right? Okay, so let's copy this, and here let's paste this. Okay, so we have this now, and let's pass this as message underscore sub. Yeah. Okay, and now again this will return us data. Again the same with what returns use query, right? The same, all those things we get in use subscription also. We have data, we have loading, we have error, but we do not need these things. Okay, we only need data, and let's rename this data because we have two variable with the same name. So let's rename this data to let's say sub data, and let's log it. Okay, I should add a if condition. If we have sub data, then please log it. Now see the magic. Okay, now see the magic here. Okay, let's save this, and now let's our React server is running. I will do a restart here because we have done so many major changes. So I'll restart my React server, and I have opened up individual browser. I will here bring my browser here, and I will bring this here. Okay, yeah, so it seems like development server is starting, so let's wait for a few seconds. Alright, so here we have our server running now. Okay, let me first inspect it. Okay, I'll open my console here, and I will basically change the position. I'll put it here in bottom, and here I'll open my console here. Okay, yeah, later I'll show you how to inspect the WebSocket as well. Okay, let's chat with, here I am logged in as Suresh. Let's chat with Mukesh. Okay, let me put this window here, and let me here bring my this other browser. Okay, I'll do a quick refresh here. Okay, perfect. Now let's send a message here. Okay, so let's send a message here. So here I'll type hi, or let's say are you there, question mark. Let's send this, and now once I send this, Okay, it gets reflected in the UI, but here we are not able to see it on the UI. But if you see on the console, here you can see the event has got emitted and it has the message. So our browser was able to receive this emitted event in real time because we have subscribed to it, right? And then from here, from this window, we created a message. That message went to a Apollo server and event got emitted. Our async iterator catches that event and it broadcasts it to all its subscribers. Okay, so it broadcasted basically to this browser. So here you can see we have got this message added, event data logged. Now it's easy. Now we just have to update our UI. In fact, we do not need use mutation also. We do not need to update it here also. That I think that it will do this subscription only. It will do it for us. We do not have to update our state once the mutation is completed. Okay, we can use the subscription only to it will automatically update our state. So how it will do is, first of all, here we need on subscription data. Okay, once we receive the data from subscription, once the emitted event is sent to the browser, once we get the data, here we can basically log. We can console.log to see what all things it has. Let's do it. Okay, console.log it first. Okay, yeah, so let's see what it has. Again, what I'll do is basically I'll reload my screen. Okay, yep, it seems like our server has crashed. It seems, yep, I don't know why. Sometimes it's keep on keep on happening. Server is taking a while to restart. All right, it's running now. Okay, let me reload this again. Perfect. Let me open my other window also here. Okay, and let me send another message. Okay, if I send it, and here you can see we have got this these things logged. Okay, client, we have something called as client, and then we have subscription data, and in subscription data we have further data, and there we can access message added. Okay, so here I can get rid of this console.log. Now here what I can do is, from this data I can destructure. Let me see what all things I got. I got subscription data. Okay, let me copy this and let me here destructure subscription data. From subscription data I will destructure data, right? Yeah, and from data I can destructure, let me see, from data I can destructure message added, or I can keep it. I can access message added from the data. Okay, yeah, so here we need to update our state. So now we do not need to update our state using use mutation. I can comment this, or I can copy this. Okay, I will copy this and I will use the same line of code here. Okay, yes, and what we are doing here is let me control Z. We just need this one line of code. Yeah, control C and control V, and here from data we have to access message added. Message added, like so, and this should work. Yeah, perfect. So from the data we are accessing message added and we are updating our state, so it will automatically update the UI also. This also you can keep it, but it's not required, I think so. Let's try it. Okay, let's once verify it. Okay, so console we do not need it now. Okay, let me reload this. Okay, here you can see he has sent us 3 messages. Suresh, who has sent us, yeah, I'm logged in as Suresh. Actually Mukesh has sent us these messages. Okay, so let me reply to it. Yes, I am here, and if I send this I can see it here, and I should also be able to see it in here also. Okay, so I think I need to reload it first of all. I'll try it one more time. Okay, yes, I'll try it one more time. Okay, save. Okay, if I send this, I can see it on my screen, and let me here see. Yes, you can see we are able to receive it message in a real time. So we have successfully added the real time functionality. Okay, we are able to send and receive messages in real time using GraphQL. All right, this was fun. So next video I'll show you how you can inspect your GraphQL request. So that's it for this one. All right, so now we are able to send and receive messages in real time. Now I want to pause here, and I want to show you how you can inspect your WebSocket uh, request. Okay, so here in the network tab, click on this WS and just reload this window. Okay, keep your chat screen component open and reload it. Okay, now you will see two things. So first one is this WS that is used by React application. So whenever we do a change in our code part, that component re-renders automatically itself, or dev server automatically restarts. So this WebSocket React uses it, and then we have this GraphQL that we are using it. So what happens is in headers, if you can see here, browser starts with the get request, HTTP get request, and then server responds with a switching protocol. So initially the request starts with HTTP GET, and then it gets upgraded to WS, that is protocol, WS protocol. Okay, so that's why our server is responding us with switching protocol. But interesting thing to notice here is in messages. So in messages here you can see that we have this type init connection. So here we have two colors. So color green, the arrow which has color green, this means that browser has sent a message to server, and arrow which has color red, that means that server has sent us a message. Okay, so here the first message, here you can see we have type connection in it. So basically our browser or our React application is trying to initiate a connection with our server. So once the connection is initiated, our server acknowledges it with a type connection ACK. Server acknowledges it, and then once the server acknowledges it from the browser, what we are doing is we are subscribing to message added event here. Okay, here you can see we have type subscribe, and in this payload here you can see we have this message added. So once the server acknowledges us, then our browser subscribe to that message added subscriptions. Okay, now let's see what happens when I send a new message here. Okay, now if I send a new message here, hi Hitesh, and if I hit enter, now here you can see once the message get created, now server has again responded us, but this time in the type we have next, and the payload we have data this time, and inside this data we have message added, and it has all the details here. Okay, yeah, so this is how you can inspect your WebSocket request. And let's say here if I get logged out, okay, if I click on log out, here you can see that client has said that complete. That means that client wants to stop listening to uh, events now. Okay, yeah, so once we get logged out, our component unmounts, and then we stop listening to the events. So that's how you can inspect your WebSocket. So that's it for this video. We'll continue in the next one. All right, now let's go ahead and start deploying our application. Okay, so let me first open my git ignore file, and here node modules and .env file is mentioned. Apart from that, I want to ignore client also. We will deploy client separately. So right now we will deploy only Apollo server. Okay, we will ignore this client folder also. Yeah, and yeah, apart from that, open package.json, and here inside this script we have to add a script. So we will deploy on Heroku. Okay, so Heroku will look for this start script. Okay, how Heroku will run our application. So Heroku will check for this start script, and it will run node and the name of our file server 2.js. Okay, remember this is the file which we want to run, right? server2.js. So Heroku will run this command, okay, to spin up our GraphQL server, server2.js. Okay, perfect. And apart from that, let's also mention the Node.js version here. So here you can add engines, okay, and engines will be, let's say, Node, and the version of Node will be, which version I'm using, let me check it quickly. Node -v and 16.13.0. Okay, perfect. Here I will add 16.13.0. okay, yes. Once that is done, now open server.js, and here we have hard coded our port. Now I can actually get rid of these comments. Here we have hard coded our port. Instead, here what we can do is, on the top here, create port, const port, and here we will write process.env.port. if this is available, then use that one. Else, if we are on our local environment, then use this 4000 port. Okay, so when we will deploy, Heroku will decide the port automatically. Yeah, so now we can Control C and pass this port here, Control V, like so. Okay, I think we are good now. Okay, now let's go ahead and create a project on Heroku. Okay, so let me here, I have already logged into my Heroku dashboard. I can click on new and create a new app, and let's give it a name of GraphQL GQL GraphQL Apollo, anything which is unique. Oh, all right, so name should be actually all in small letters. Yeah, and region, yep, we can keep the default, and let's click on this create app. Okay, now also one thing that you have to do here is you have to put your database. Where is our schema? Database somewhere online. Right now we were using local MySQL database, but now we have to put this online, somewhere online. Now the good thing about Heroku is Heroku provides us a free hosted database as well. So if you will go to, again I'll go to my home screen, and if I click on new, or not here, I click on this icon, okay, and here I can click on this data. If I do this, then here I will be able to see that we have this Heroku Postgres. We can use this as our database. Okay, then we will just change the URL in our schema. Okay, let's click on create one. Okay, and let me here install Heroku Postgres, and let's select free plan, and here we have to basically add our application, that is GraphQL Apollo. Okay, and let's click on submit order. Okay, it will take a little bit. Okay, it's happening. And now here, if I click on data again, it will take a little bit while to populate. Okay, I should see my Postgres database here actually. Let's wait for a few seconds and then refresh it. All right, I did a quick refresh, and here I can now see that database has been configured for me. And if I open it, then I need to get all the credentials. Here somewhere in settings, yeah, I can click on this view credentials, and here I need to get the URI of my database. Okay, so I'll copy this, Control C, and now in here I can create maybe another environment variable. Let's say database URL underscore prod, and I can now add this value. Okay, yep, and let me copy this, Control C, and I will open my schema, and here I'll use this environment variable, database URL prod. Okay, And we will also have to create this environment variable on Heroku, these two, JWT secret and this. And here also we have to change our provider. It will be now Postgres. Okay, let me check the spelling. It should be Postgres. Yes, Control C, and rest of the things we can keep it as it is. Here let me comment this line. Okay, and here let me add Postgres like so, comma. Provider is missing block DB. Is it? Are we missing something? Postgres seems like everything is correct to me. I don't know why we are getting this error. Is it because of this comment? Oh, this was strange. Okay, it fixes it. Okay, yeah. So once we are done with this, again what we have to do is, in our database we have to take this schema and create a table out of it, right? So here again open a terminal, and this time here we have to type npx prisma db push. It will create a table in our Postgres database. Okay, yes. So it will take, see, this time it is using Postgres, and hopefully it should complete it. Okay, meanwhile what we can do is, okay, let's wait and let this complete first. And it's done. Okay, so yeah, apart from that we are good from code perspective. Now let's start the deploying. Okay, so here first of all we will initialize git init. We will type git init to initialize it with a git, and then we will click on git add dot to add all the files, and then we will add git commit -m done. Okay, yep. So we are going to push these all files. Okay, now here let's open our Heroku dashboard, and let's go to not data here, to my app. Yeah, this one. And here we have to click on, I think, deploy. Yeah, so here first of all we have to type Heroku login. Let me Control C and do this. Okay, now what else? Now we have to we have done git init and rest of the things. Now we have to copy this line. Okay, we Control C, we have to set the origin. Yeah, so let me hit enter. Let me paste this and hit enter. Okay, so now we have set this remote Heroku variable, which basically points to our this project. Okay, yep. And now we just need to push it, right? We have done everything here. We have done committing and everything. Now we just have to push to this Heroku variable that we have created, which basically points to our Git repository. Okay, so Heroku push Heroku Git push Heroku, and then we are pushing it on a master branch. That's it. We are done. Let's wait and let's cross our fingers and let's see. Hopefully everything should go correctly. And it's done. We successfully deployed our GraphQL server. Okay, if I now if I click on this URL, okay, are we getting any error? Let me reload this. It seems like we should not see this application error. Okay, let me type Heroku logs to see what went wrong. Oh yeah, I got the error. Why it's happening? Yeah, I got it. Yeah, because we have not set our environments variable. Okay, I was expecting this. Okay, no issues. Let's uh, go here and I forgot to create environment variables. Okay, let's click here and it has already created database URL, but the name of this should be uh, database URL prod, right? So database URL prod. This name we have to change. Control C and let me here write this. Control V. Oh, let's click on this, add it, and okay, let's create a new one. No issues. We can create a new one and we can basically copy this. Control C and Control V. Let's add this. Okay, and we also have to add this JWT secret. Control C, and Control V, and we have to copy this also. Control V. Let's add it. Perfect. Okay, now let's again reload this application. Okay, yeah, we are not getting error. We are getting cannot get. That means that we have deployed it successfully. And let's say if you go to /GraphQL, you will be redirected to playground if I am not wrong. Yep. So yeah, it's working, it seems. Okay, so in the next video we will deploy our Apollo client. That's it for this video. All right, so now let's go ahead and deploy our client. Okay, so I'll create a new app on Heroku and I can give it a name of, let's say, chat app client. Okay, yep, and let's create it. Okay, now what we have to do is, let's say we have to open first of all, let's open package.js, and here start script is added, and here let's add the Node.js version also, engines, and so Heroku will treat this React app as a Node.js application. The version is 16.13.0. So we will also add a build pack so that Heroku treats this as a React application, or I should say a static web application. Okay, we will add a build pack also so that Heroku doesn't treat this as a node application. Yeah. Okay, apart from that, here open source and index.js, here we have to change these URIs, right? So here let's go to our GraphQL Apollo project, click on setting, and here let's copy this. Control C, and we have to add it here. Control V. Okay, path will be /GraphQL here. So let me copy this. Control C and paste it here also. Control V, like so. Okay. Okay, I realize that I have done a mistake here. So here we are running on HTTPS. So here also we have to secure our WebSocket. Okay, else Heroku will ignore your request. Okay, so here you add one more S. So it should be WSS protocol now. So make sure you do that. And yeah, apart from that, we are good. Yeah. Okay, let's deploy now. Okay, so let me first navigate into client. Okay, and then let's here type git init. Oh, not this. Let me git init and git add dot git commit -m done. Okay, and then it seems like I have already committed these files. Okay, yep, and now we just have to go to Apollo client and click on settings, or click on deploy actually, and here let's set Heroku origin. Control C, Okay, and now we can type git push Heroku master control C. Now before we go ahead and push our code, we have to here go to setting and we have to add a build pack so that Heroku treats this as a static web application. So I'll copy this repo. So you can basically search build pack for React and you will come to this repo, that is /create react app build pack. Let's copy this URL and we have to paste it here. Okay, and click on save changes. And now we can deploy git. Let me here type git push Heroku master. Let's hit enter. Okay, hopefully everything should go smooth. We shouldn't get any errors. Okay, let's wait for a few seconds and let this complete. So looks like it's done. So yep, it's done. So let me open it. We can open it from here also. And I think let's give it time. Let's give it a few seconds and there you go. We can see our beautiful application. Okay, yep, we did it. So now our application is on the internet. It's live. Anyone can use it. Alright, so now that we have understood about the basics of GraphQL, now we will start working on our project. Okay, so let me first of all do a little bit cleanup. So I'll remove the code which I do not need. I'll remove this, and from this schema, I'll get rid of this type to do, and I'll get rid of this to do property from here. I'll also remove this create user mutation, and rest of the things we can keep it that we will need. And I can make this also, remove this whatever we have inside this query. Also I'll get rid of this user resolver, and I can get rid of this create user also. Okay, and I'll get rid of this context also from here. Okay, and apart from that, let's put this schema and resolver in a separate file that we can do. Let me create here a type def.js type defs.js file, and what I'll do is I'll copy this whole code, control X, I'll cut it and I'll put it here. Okay, and we have to import GQL here, import something from Apollo server, and that is GQL, like so. And we can export this file now. Export default type def, so that we can import it in our server.js. Okay, that's done. And let's create one more file for resolvers, resolvers.js, and I'll cut it, control X, and I'll put it here. Okay, and then similarly I'll export it as a default resolvers. Okay, and now we can import these two files. I'll import type defs from // means the current directory, and that is type defs. So we have to add .js also, because we are using ES6 imports. For that I have added type modules, so .js is required here. Okay, so I'll import in .js is required. Yeah, so I'll import resolvers from // resolvers.js. Okay, we have to add .js here. We have to follow it. Okay, let's save this. Now what we need? So now we need a database to store the data. Okay, so if you have worked with Node.js, let's say there are a lot of choices. Okay, we can pick database. We have a lot of choices. So for example, let's say if you have used Node.js, we have NoSQL database, for example MongoDB. So if let's say if we want to work with MongoDB, we have a tool called as Mongoose, which helps us in communicating with the database. Similarly, if you are using relational databases, then you can use TypeORM, or there are other tools as well. But there is one more tool which you can use to connect with NoSQL databases as well as relational databases as well. Okay, and that tool is gaining a lot of popularity these days, and that is Prisma. Okay, so Prisma is a tool that we will use in this course. This Prisma will help us in communicating with the database. So you can see it can work with Postgres, MySQL, SQL Server, and in fact with MongoDB as well. Okay, yes, so we will learn how to use this Prisma. Okay, so I'll click on try locally. So this Prisma is tool which we are using. This Prisma will help us in communicating with the database. So for example, we want to store some data into it, or we want to get some data from database. So that all things Prisma will handle for us. Okay, so now here in the quick start, here what we will do is, here we will click on start from scratch, and I'll click on relational database. So we will use a relational database for, let's say, MySQL. Okay, because MySQL is little easy to install on your system, right? And here what you can do is, we can choose JavaScript. We are choosing JavaScript for our Prisma, and for database we are using MySQL. Okay, and let's read the documentation how to install. So we need to install this Prisma as a dev dependency, or we can use npx also. So we can type npx Prisma in it to initialize the Prisma. Okay, it will generate a schema file and .env file for us. Okay, let's try it. Let's give it a try. So here is my terminal. Okay, or I can use integrated terminal also. This is a one-time activity. Okay, yes, so here I can type, let me save it first. Here I'll type npx Prisma init. Okay, I'll hit enter and let's see what happens. So it's asking we need to install it. Okay, please install it for me, and it's done. Okay, yep, so it has created a Prisma folder which has this schema, and it has created a env file. Here it has this database URL. Okay, that we will change in a while. Okay, yep, so yeah, so this is our schema. So here we have this generator, and here as a provider the default that Prisma uses is Postgres. So we have to change it. Let's say if you want to use MySQL database, here we need to write MySQL, and database URL also we have to provide. So all the sensitive data that we put in environment file, this .env file. Okay, if we have some sensitive data, for example credentials or some secret keys or database URL, we keep that in .env file. Okay, yes, so so now what we have to do is, we have to set up MySQL database. You have to install MySQL on your machine, MySQL server. So for that, what you can do is, you can go to Google and use XAMPP. Yep, so this is a tool that you can use, or you can use MySQL Workbench as well. You can download MySQL Workbench, but this XAMPP is actually straightforward. You can download on your Windows machine or any other machine that you are using, and just click on next, I agree, install. Okay, once you install it, then you can open it. Let me open it. XAMPP control panel. Okay, you can open it. Okay, let's read documentation a little bit more. Okay, let's click on connect to database. Let's see what all things we have to do. So default was Postgres, but we are using MySQL. So here in the provider we have to write MySQL, and database URL also we have to change. Okay, yep, let's do that, not a big deal. So what you will do is, once you have XAMPP installed, you will open a control panel, and here you have to click on start and start. So it will start the MySQL server here. Okay, and click on admin. It will open an admin panel for you, PHP my admin. Okay, now here you can create a new database. Now before creating database, you have to create a user also. So here click on this user accounts, and here you can click on add new user. Let's give it a name of, let's say Ram, or let's say yeah, let's write Ram. Let's say, let me write my name, Mukesh PH. I'll write Mukesh PH, and host will be our local host, and password, let's say 12345. Okay, retype 1 2 3 4 5, and we will click on this global privilege, and we will click on this checkbox to give this user all privileges, and we will click on go. Okay, so now that we have created our user, okay, let me do what I'll do is I'll actually copy this sample URL. So I'll do a control C and let me put this sample URL in my schema, not in schema, in .env file. Okay, let me now remove this and let me add that URL. Okay, so here we have to write MySQL and then the user which we created. So user we created Mukesh, EH was the name of the user, and the password was 12345. Okay, and the host is our local host, and port number here you will get your port number here. You can notice we have port number 3306. That's the default port. Okay, that is already written, and now we have to provide our database name. So let's create a database. So let me create a database. I'll click on and let's give this database name, let's say chat db. Okay, chat app db, let's say, or we can simply write chat app db. Yeah, that's a good name. Let me write underscore, that will be more better. Yeah, chat app db. Okay, let's click on create. Okay, once the database is created, we have to copy this name. Okay, control C, and we have to add it in our environment file. Here we have to rename this to the database name which we created just now. Okay, perfect. Now we have done this. Now let's go to our schema file and let's write here MySQL, since we are using MySQL database. MySQL, that's it. So provider we have changed it to MySQL, and the database URL also we have changed. So this URL is taking from the .env file. Okay, so in .env file we have configured this database URL. Okay, so that's done. Okay, now we are good to use our MySQL database with our Node.js or Apollo server. Okay, now what's the next step? So next step is we can create a model. Let's click on this use Prisma migrate. Okay, so now we have to create a model. So what the heck is model? See, what we will do is what we need is what we will have is in our database we will have a user table. Okay, for that we will not write any SQL query for that. What we will do is we will create a model in our schema file, and what Prisma will do is Prisma will take that model and create a table out of it. Okay, so we do not have to write any SQL query by ourselves. Prisma will write it for us. So all we have to do is create a model. Okay, so let's create a model. So I'll create a model. Let's give it a name of user. Okay, yeah, at the rate we do not need here, just model and user. Now in this user table, what we will have, think of it as a table. What all things you want in that table, what all columns you want in that table. So we need a column with ID. Okay, and this ID will be of type integer, let's say, and this ID will be a primary key. Okay, so each user we can uniquely identify all the users with their ID. So this ID needs to be a primary key. For that I need to add an attribute, that is ID. Okay, and I want that user will not provide this ID. This should be generated by the system, right? For that we have to add here default, and it will be auto incremented. For that here I need to write auto increment. That's it. So we have added our one property in our model. Okay, or I should say we have added a one column in our user table. Okay, what all other columns it will have? Let's say it will have first name. Let me provide and capital first name, and it will be of type string. Okay, it will have last name, which will be of type string, and then it will have password, which will be of type again string, and then it will have email also, which will be of type string. And when this user was created, for that we can add created at column or created at property, and it will be of type date time, and this will be generated by system. We will not add a value for it. It will be generated by system. For that I can add default, and here I can add now. So you will find these kind of syntax. If you want to learn about the schema, you will find a example for that in the documentation. Here you can learn about it, how to create a schema and what all different things you can give, but for now we need only these things. Okay, yep. So let's save this. Now what I want is Prisma should create a table, a user table based on this model that we have created. Okay, now there are two commands that we can type, okay, in order to achieve this. So if you'll read the documentation, what we can do is we can type npx prisma migrate, okay, migrate, and then the environment names, that is dev environment. So we are on our local machine, that is local environment, so we call our local environment as dev environment. And if what name you want to give to your migration script, so in this example init is written, so init will be the name of migration scripts. So what this command will do is this will generate a migration file. That migration file will have all the SQL query, okay, that is create table or something like that. It will have a SQL query like this, and what Prisma will do is it will execute this query on our database. This is the one command which you can type, or there is one more command, okay, that you can see also in the console, okay, that you can see on the console also. I think it was written here, but it's not showing right now. Okay, so what you can do is we can type prisma db push. So what it will do is it will not generate a migration file, it will directly take this model and it will create a table out of it. Okay, let's try it. Okay, let's give it a try. So what we will do is we will type here npx prisma db push. Okay, so either you can type this command npx prisma migrate dev and you can give any name, okay, or you can type straightforward db push. So this command is really straightforward. It will not create any migration file, it will directly create a table based on this model. Okay, so let's see what it does. Let's wait for a few seconds, and it's done. So let's open our database. Okay, let me see, let me open it and let's see if we have a table. Okay, yo, there you can see we have this user table. Let's click on structure of it, and here you can see it has generated all these columns. Okay, ID, which is a primary key. Here you can see it's a primary key. We have first name, last name, password, and email. All right, awesome, amazing, right? Prisma is awesome, isn't it, right? So this is the one way. Okay, you can have a look on your database by using this tool. Okay, php myadmin. Okay, or we have one more tool that is created by Prisma. Okay, if you want to have a look on all your tables. Okay, so what you can do is you can type one more command for it. Okay, so you can type, what you can do is you can type npx prisma and studio studio. I'll hit enter. So this studio basically is a tool which will show all the tables in our database. Okay, so let me click on this URL, and here you can see the Prisma Studio is opening, and it will show the user table for us. Okay, it shows that we have this only one model. If I click on it, it will show the table. Okay, see, it's showing that it has ID, first name, last name, password, email, and created at field. Okay, right now it doesn't has any row that we will add in our next video, but this is also a great tool, right? You can use either of them. You can use this also, or you can use Prisma Studio also to view your data on the database. So that's it for this video. We will continue in our next video.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a star freelancer.
All right, so let's continue further. So now what we will do is we will create a new user, or instead I should say we will sign up a new user. So whenever we want to create something, we have to create a mutation for it. Okay, so we will create a mutation for signing up user. Okay, so before we do that, one thing I realize is that each user will have this email unique, right? For that, here we can add @unique attribute. Okay, yes, make sure you do that. Once you do that, again you will have to type let me open my terminal, integrated terminal, and again here you have to type npx prisma db push so that this change can be reflected in a database. Okay, yep, so it's done. So it's saying that your database is now synced with your schema. Okay, perfect. So again I can type here npx prisma studio. Okay, yep. So let me minimize this and we will open our type def. Okay, let's create a mutation for it first of all. Okay, so let's give this mutation a name, maybe sign up user, and from the client we will pass all the user detail, that is first name, email, last name, email, password. Okay, so let's give this a parameter name, let's say maybe user new. We will pass from the client, we will pass this as a query variable user new, and what will be the type of it that we have already created, that is user input. Okay, and it's a mandatory thing to pass. For that I can add here exclamation to make this argument or this parameter a mandatory thing. And as a response, server will response uh, the user which is newly created. For that, like here I can add a type, that is user. Okay, so server will response with a newly created user. Okay, so we have created a schema for our mutation. Let's now resolve this mutation. Okay, so let me copy this name and let me go to my resolver file, and inside this mutation I can add sign up user. We have to resolve it. Okay, so it will be a function, and in function first argument is parent, which is undefined, so here I'll add underscore, and second argument is where we get our all the arguments that we are passing from the client. So from that argument I can destructure user new object. Okay, so this user new object will have all the details of user, for example email, first name, last name, password. Okay, so in order to create a new user, we will have to install one more package, that is Prisma client. Okay, so I'll go to documentation actually, and I'll click on this concepts, or I can click on this Prisma client, and what I can do is I can copy this command npm install Prisma client, and I can put it in my terminal and hit enter. Okay, yes, so let's wait for a few seconds and it's done. Okay, so we will have to import here, import, let's give it a name of pc from Prisma client, and now we have to create an instance of it. So let's write const Prisma equal to new pc dot Prisma client and parentheses. Okay, we are done. Now let's say if we want to create a new user, here you can type Prisma, then the name of our model. So name of our model is our user, right? So here you will get suggestion, you do not have to worry. Here you can see we are getting suggestion, or not user new, user. Okay, and then if I put a dot here, then you can see we have many methods, and out of it we have this create. Okay, now in create we can pass an object, and let's say what all things we want to create. Okay, so inside this object we have to also we have to add here data. Okay, what data we want to create, and in that data we can again it will have an object, and here we can say that user will have first name of Mukesh or something like that. Okay, okay, but before we go ahead and create user, we have to add some of the checks. We have to hash password, and we have to add some of the checks. Okay, let's first do those things. Now if you want to learn these all commands, that or what all different command you can type or write here, you can go to actually this concepts. Okay, concepts, and here you can uh, go to Prisma client, and here you can click on this CRUD, and here you can see how you can create data, okay, and all the different things. So documentation has so many examples. From here you can learn about this Prisma, okay, how to read the data, okay. So first what we have to do here, so first before signing up user we have to check if that user already exists in our database or not, okay. For that, here we can write prisma.user, okay, and then user, and then we can use find first, or we can use find unique as well, okay. So we can uniquely find user with their email, because email is the unique property that we have said here in our model, right? So we can find user, and here I can add where uh, where again it will be an object where email field is equal to user new from the email which we have sent from the client. So email which we have sent from the client, we can get it from this user new object, and here I can add dot email, okay. And this is a asynchronous operation, it will take little bit time, so here I need to add await, and since I am adding await, here function, in front of this function I need to add async keyword, okay. Yes, and I can store the result of that in, let's say, const user, okay, like this. And now let's say if this user exists, if we have something in our user, in that case we will throw an error, because user already exists with that email, right? So we will not allow user to create a new one, because user already exists with that email. So in order to throw an error, we can write here throw new error, and let's say here error message will be user al already alread already exist with that email. Now there are different ways how you can throw an error. That's a general way. Instead of this error you can write here Apollo error, okay. So you can import something from Apollo server, and you can import Apollo error, and you can use this Apollo error as well in place of this error keyword. Or what you can do is you can also import authentication error, right? Authentication error, if let's say if we are producing any error that is related to authentication, right? So yeah, you can use this as well. But technically there is not much difference between authentication error, Apollo error, or general error, okay. So I'll tell you, there is a very slight difference, I'll tell you in a minute, okay. For now we can put this authentication error, because this error is because of the authentication, right? So we can use this, yeah. But technically there is not much difference if you will use Apollo error, or if you will use error, there is not going to be much difference. It's a very slight difference that I'll tell you in a minute when we will execute this mutation, okay. Okay, once we have added this check, now what we will do is, now we have to hash a password. We do not have to save password in a plain text in our database, we have to hash it, okay. So for that, again we need to install one thing, that is we have to install bcrypt. So bcrypt is a package that we can use to hash our password. So I'll type here npm install bcrypt.js, oh, bcrypt.js, okay, that's the name of the package, okay. Once we do that, we can import on the top, we can import here we can write it import bcrypt from bcrypt.js. Let me put this line little bit below here, Control X, because let's first keep all import statement and then rest of the code here, okay. Yeah, perfect. Now in order to hash the password, we will use this bcrypt dot, it has a method called as hash, and here what field we want to hash, we want to hash password. So from user new object we can access this password field, password PASS WRD field, and we can hash it. Now here we need to pass a salt or salting round. That's a string or a number. Let's pass, let's say a 10. So 10 is the salting round. So what bcrypt will do is it will take that password and it will convert that into a random string, and it will add a salt to it, and this process it will do 10 times. Okay, so we will have a very random hash generated. Okay, a very super secure hash generated, we can say it like that. So make sure you add a decent number here, but don't give a bigger number because it will take a little bit time. Okay, your server will take little bit time to generate a hash. Okay, so don't pick a bigger number here. 10 is a decent number. Okay, yep. So once a password is hashed, we have to await it because it's going to take a little bit time. So it's a asynchronous method. Okay, it returns a promise, right? Yep, this method returns a promise. Okay, we have to await it. Once we have hashed a password, we can keep it in a variable. Let's say hashed hashed password, like this. Okay, once we have hashed a password, now we can create a user. Okay, so here I can write const new new user, maybe like this. And to create a new user, we can use Prisma user create, and in this data we have to pass this user new object. Okay, but if we do it this way, then our password is going to be saved as a plain text. Okay, so first of all we have to create a copy of this, and then the password field we have to override it with this hash password, right? So in order to create a copy, we can use a spread operator here, user new, and now we can override password field with the hashed password, like this. Again here we have to put await, if I am not wrong. Let me see the return type. Prisma create, it's a synchronous operation, right? If I am not wrong. Let's click on this create. Yep, we have to put await in front of it. Let's put it. Yep. So once the user is created, we can respond it to client. Okay, we can respond the client with this newly created user. So I can return new user. Okay, perfect. So our mutation is created successfully. Now let's test it. Okay, perfect. Let me first open my Prisma Studio, or I think it's running already, right? Yeah, it's running already. Let me start my development server. nodemon server.js. Hopefully there should be no errors. Finger cross. And seems like there are no errors. Let's go to our localhost 4000 and let's click on query your server. Okay, now let's click on this create user tab and let me get rid of this, and let's generate a mutation using this documentation. Okay, let's go back, and here you can see we have the sign up user mutation. Let me click on plus. Okay, it has written a boiler code for me. Okay, so user new, we are passing it as a query variable, and here let's say, okay, it's already written here. All right, perfect. Okay, yes, perfect. So we are passing this user new as an object. Okay, and once the user is signed up, what all fields we want. Okay, here we have to write that also. Let's say we want ID, and let's say we want email, and let's say we want first name. Okay, and we want last name also. We want all the things. Let's try to run it. Okay, and there you go, we got the response. That means that user is signed up successfully. Now we can go to Prisma Studio and let me click on this reload button to see. Okay, perfect, awesome. Now here you can see we have this ID1 that is auto incremented, first name Hitesh, last name Kumar, and password is a unique string. and email and created that. That's also generated by the system. Perfect. Awesome. So that's it for this video. In next video, we will sign up we will sign in user instead. Okay. All right. So let's continue further. So now that user has signed up, we will write a mutation so that user can sign in, right? Okay. So before we go ahead and do that, let me explain you a little bit about this authentication error. So let's say if I try to sign up this user again with the same email, if I try to run it, and if you can see here, we have got this error with the message user already exists with that email. But status code is still 200 only. Server has responded us with a status of 200 only. So status is not going to change. That's what I want to highlight here. But here you can see we have something called as extension, and here it has written unauthenticated. Okay, that's the difference. This extra detail this Apollo server has added. Okay, this related to authentication. So this extension object tells us that yeah, this error has possibly occurred because of something wrong in authentication, but status code is 200 only. So that's one thing that you have to keep a note of. Okay, now let's say if instead of writing authentication error, I can write Apollo error. Apollo Apollo error. If I save it and again if I try to run it, now here you will see that message is same, status code is same, but only difference here is internal server errors. Here it's showing in our extension codes. Okay, and if you write here instead of Apollo error, you can write error, and it's going to remain same only. Still we will be able to see internal server error only. If I try to again run it, there is going to be no change in the response. Okay, so that's one thing that you have to keep a note of. So we can write authentication error because that error has occurred because of something wrong in authentication. Okay, yeah, so that's the difference. So it's works little bit differently. Okay, GraphQL actually works little bit different with the REST API. So in REST API we used to attach different status codes with the responses, right? But in GraphQL there is no straightforward way of attaching different status code. Okay, you can obviously Google the workaround, but again there is no straightforward way of attaching different status codes with the responses. Okay, let's come to our topic. We have to now sign in user, right? Okay, so let me first create a mutation for it in my schema. So let's give this mutation a name of sign in user, and from the client we will pass maybe let's say object with user sign in user sign in. Yeah, user sign in, we can give it a name. Yep, perfect. And the type of it will be, again we have to create a new time. This time while signing in, user will only send us email and password, right? So I'll actually duplicate this, Alt Shift down key, and here I'll write user user sign in input. I should write user sign in input. Okay, Control C, and here I'll give this type. But here I'll get rid of this first name, last name. User will only provide email and password while signing in, right? And that's the mandatory argument that they have to pass. And as a response, they will get something called as token. Token. Now this token type doesn't exist. We have to create it. Okay. Let me create this token type also. Now what is token, that I'll tell you in the next video in detail. So don't worry about that for now. Okay, this token will have a token attribute, a token and which will be of type string, and let's make it mandatory. Okay, so token will have this something called as token property which will be of type string. Okay, now let's resolve it. Let's resolve this mutation. So I'll add a comma here, and we have to resolve this time. We can actually close the rest of the files. We have to resolve sign in user now. So let me write here sign in user. Again, this will be an asynchronous function, async. Let me put async keyword here. And now again, first argument is parent, which will be undefined in our case, and from second argument we can destructure this user sign in object that we will get from the client. Okay, so again, still first line is going to remain same. Okay, Control C. Again, we will check if user already exists. Okay, and this time what we will do is if user doesn't exist. So here we have to write if this user doesn't exist. Okay, if user has provided an email which doesn't exist, so user need to sign up first before signing in, right? So here we will throw new, we can throw authentication error, and here we can write user BO doesn't exist with that email. So they need to sign up first, okay, before signing in. That's what we are saying by throwing this error message. Okay, so that's the check. Okay, here we need to copy this, and instead of this user new, we have to write this, use this object user sign in instead. Okay, rest of everything is perfect. Now what we have to do is we have to compare the passwords. Okay, so password that we have in this user sign in that we have get from the client and the password which is in our database, first we have to compare that if they are same or not. Okay, for that again we will use bcrypt. So I'll use this bcrypt, bcrypt dot compare. Okay, compare, and here here first argument is the string and then the hash. Okay, hash is something that we haven't stored in our database. Okay, that's the hashed password. Second argument. First is the password that we have got from the client. Okay, so we can access this user sign in, and from it we can access password. So this is the password that we have got from the client. We have to compare this and with the password that is in the database that we can get from this user. Okay, so here I'll write user.password. Because we have all the details of the user in this user object, we can access password out of it this way. And this is a asynchronous function, right? It returns a promise, so we have to put await in front of it, and we will have to, this will respond with a boolean value. Okay, so here I can write const do match. Okay, it will be true or false if I am not wrong. Okay, yes, here you can see boolean value. So if password is matched, then it will be true. If password doesn't match, it will be false. Okay, so again we have to throw an error. Okay, Control C, and I'll Control V, and if Control C and Control V, if password doesn't match, then we will throw again an error that email or password is invalid. Okay, don't give user a hint that they have entered email correct, password is wrong. Let's say if you know a hacker is trying to guess email and password, so we should not give them a hint that email is, you have entered email correct and password is incorrect. We should always throw a general error like this, email or password is incorrect. Okay, don't give a hacker idea that he has guessed email correct and password he has to guess it now. Okay, so try to throw this general error. That's the best practice we are following here. Okay, now we have done our all the validation. Now what we can do is we can, user has passed all the validation checks. Now we can sign in user. So how we will sign in user? Basically, we will give them a token and they will keep this token with themselves. Okay, so I'll tell you this concept behind this token in the next video in detail. But to generate a token, we have to install a package now. Okay, so let me write here only. I'll open a new terminal actually here. Okay, and here I'll type npm install JSON web token. Okay, yes, we need this package. It's done. Let me delete it and let me minimize it. So we will import JWT from JSON web token. Okay, now what we can do is we can use this JWT dot sign. Okay, and it will be, we have to pass an object to it, and we have to create a token, but we have to pass a property, and that we will create a token based on that property. Okay, so let's here pass user id as a property, and the value of that will be user dot id. So we are basically creating token out of this id. Okay, so we are basically encrypting this id and we are calling it as a token. That's what I mean here. So basically we are getting the id of the user and we are basically encrypting it and we are calling it as a token. Okay, yeah, and in order to encrypt it, we need a secret or private key. Okay, so it's a sensitive information that we should create in here, that we should define in our environment file. Okay, so here I'll write JWT secret, and it could be a random string actually, 1 2 3 4. You can write any random string here. It's a secret key that you have to keep, or you can call it as a private key also. Okay, first of all, let me see if I'm able to get these values from .env file directly in my resolver or not. Okay, that first I have to make sure that. Let me comment this for now, this code, and first of all let me here do a console.log. I want to check if I'm able to get the properties in my env file in my this resolver file or not. So I'll write process.env, and in order to access any environment variable, you can type process env and the name of that is JWT secret in our case. Boom, like so. Let me save this and let me see in my console. Yep, we are able to get it. Okay, so if you are not able to get this, then you need to install a package.env. Okay, but I am sure that you will also be able to get it directly. You need to install this and then you need to add this line. Okay, and then you can use all the environment variable from your .env file. Okay, in case if you are not able to access it, I am able to access, so I am sure that you will also be able to access. Okay, so actually this .env Prisma automatically added it for us, right? So I think Prisma is handling this environment variable for us. So we can pass this JWT secret, or I should say a private key, Control C, to this hash. Let me uncomment it, and here as a second argument we have to pass a private key that we have in our environment file, right? And this method is a synchronous method, so we do not need to await it, that we will get directly the token, right? So let me keep that in token constant and I can return this token. It will have value token. Okay, key value both are same, so we can just write here token. And we are done here. Okay, we are done here. So we have added so many checks. Okay, perfect. Let's save it. And everything looks good to me. Okay, if we have any error, then we will solve it together, right? Yeah, so let me create a new tab here, and Again, I'll click on this mutation, and this time we have the sign in user instead. Okay, and I'll click on this plus. It has already written this boiler code for me, and I'll click on this argument also, and I'll click on this plus also here. Okay, and now let's try to sign in the user which doesn't exist. Okay, first of all, here let me write token, so we will get something called as token. Okay, yep, once we sign in, and let's try to sign in a user which doesn't exist. So write any random email and any random password, 12123, any random password. If you try to run it, then oh wow, we should technically get error, but we didn't get it. Okay, so this is strange. Let me see the logic, or let me first see the server has restarted or not. No, it hasn't restarted. Okay, that was the error. I think sometime nodemon actually sucks. Let me run it again. Okay, there you go. User doesn't exist with that email. Okay, let's provide a valid email now. Okay, that is this. Let me copy it and let me provide a valid email. Let's say we provided a valid email, but password we can keep it incorrect. Okay, password is incorrect. If I try to run it, now again we are getting email or password is invalid. So now let's use the correct password. Okay, yeah, control V. Let's run it, and now there you go, we got the token. That means user is now sign in successfully. Beautiful, awesome, amazing. So in the next video, we will learn about authorization, and I'll tell you the concept behind this token logic. This is it for this video. Alright, so far we have done a very good job. We have implemented authentication system. User can sign up and sign in. Okay, now we will learn a little bit more about how this JWT authentication works, and I'll also explain you about authorization. Okay, so let me explain it with a diagram. So here it is. Here we have our client application. Client sends a request to a GraphQL server for signing in, and client basically provides its email and password, and it sends a mutation request. Okay, once the user is signed in, our GraphQL server respond client with the JWT token. Now why our GraphQL server responds with this JWT token? Now here the reason is that because let's say if in future client wants to access any protected resource. What is protected resource? A resource where user needs to be logged in order to access it. That we call it as protected resource. So how our GraphQL server will know that if user is logged in or not? That's why what GraphQL server has done he has responded with a JWT. Now, if in future client wants to access any protected resource, what they will do is, let's say here in this example, client wants to get all the users that are available in the database. Now consider this as a protected resource. Okay, user needs to be logged in order to get all the users that are available in the database. So this is a protected resource. Let's assume it that way. So while making this request, what client has to do is in request headers, client has to attach something called as authorization, and the value of that will be equal to JWT which client got when he signed in. Okay, so once the client does that, now a GraphQL server will get this authorization. Our GraphQL server will extract this authorization from the request header, and it will verify if that JWT is valid or not. Okay, once the GraphQL server verifies it, then our GraphQL server will allow user to access that protected resource. So in this case, our GraphQL server, once it verifies, it says that yes, you are authorized to access this resource, and here are all the users that you requested. So that's how our authentication system works in a nutshell. So this part we call it as authorization. Okay, and sign up and sign in part we call it as authentication. Yes, so once we will implement it, then you will get more clarity. Okay, so let's implement this authorization now. Okay, so now what we will do is here. So we have this users query added. Let me get rid of this. Okay, so we have this users query. Let's resolve it. Okay, so here what I'll do is here I'll write uh, users, and it will be a function. So whatever function returns, that will be sent as a response to client, right? So what we will do is, in order to get all the users from a database, what we have to write here is Prisma. Let's await it first. Okay, so we are using await, so we have to make this function async. Perfect. Now here I can write prisma.user, and here I can use find many to get all the users available in the database. That's it. Okay, so let me put this in a constant users, and I can return it. Now let's say we can make this a protected resource. Now user needs to be logged in order to get all the users. Okay, how can we write a logic for that? Okay, see, what we can do is we want to access where is the diagram? Okay, it went away. Okay, basically we want to access from the request, we want to access headers. Okay, and that we can do that in our context. So to Apollo server we can pass something called as context. Okay, and that will be a function. Okay, now in this function, what this function does, okay, so before our request reaches to the resolver, okay, to the resolvers, okay, to all the resolver, they will go through this context first. So this context basically acts as a middleware. So before client sends the request, before the request reaches to its respective resolver, they will go through the context first. Okay, they have to go through the context. If we add a context here, okay, and this in this function we have access to, I'll destructure, so we have some extra piece of information in this data argument. From that we can destructure request to get the details of request. Okay, yes, now you can do a console.log to see what all things we have in this request. But from this request we want a request.headers, not like this. From this request I'll access headers. Okay, and from headers I can destructure authorization, like so, because authorization has the token, right? Okay, so this authorization, this function works as a middleware. So before client sends a request, okay, that request reaches to resolver, they will go through the context first. Okay, now here we can write if authorization is available, if we have the token in our headers, that means then what we will do is we have to import JWT. Okay, that is already done here. So what I'll do is I'll use JWT dot verify, because we have to verify it, and we have to verify authorization, and again we have to provide our secret key. So what we are doing here is, see, when we were creating this token, where it is, when we were creating this token, what we did is we encrypted this user ID. Okay, so we encrypted this user ID using the secret key, and we call that encrypted string a token. Now what we are doing here is we are basically decrypting this again, decrypting this user ID again from this token, from this authorization JWT. So again, when we are decrypting it, we have to provide the secret key. Okay, so here we can write process.env dot JWT. What was the name of the field? JWT secret. Okay, let me copy it and let me add it here. Okay, so this verifier will give us decoded token, and from that we can destructure user ID. User, or not like this, user ID back. Okay, so this name should be same, which is here, which is written here. Okay, so the name which we used while generating it, that we will get once it verifies it, once the token verifies it. So from that decoded data, decrypted data, we can extract this user ID back. So here what we did is we encrypted it. Now we are decrypting it and again retrieving the user ID from the token. Okay, that's the logic in the nutshell. And now here what we can do is we can return user ID. Now you know, so whatever context returns, that we can access in all our resolvers. So our all, these resolver has access to the context. So if we provide a third argument to resolver, we can access the context, right? So let's say in order to make this protected resource, what we can do here is first argument is the parent, which is undefined. Second is args. Okay, in this case we are not passing any argument, but third argument is context. Okay, from this context I can access user ID, or what I could do is I could directly destructure from it. I can write it like this also. Okay, yes. So now for now let's console.log. Okay, but for now let's console.log user ID like this. Let's save it and let me save this as well, and let me see if the server has restarted or not. It has, it seems. And let me get rid of the extra console.logs here. Yeah, let me get rid of this. Perfect. So now now let's first execute this. Okay, let's see what happens. Okay, if I run it, why it is taking a while? Okay, again, my bad. Oh, not this actually. We will execute this actually to get all the users. So we have already written this query to get all the users. Let's run it. Okay, we have got it, but if in console you see we got undefined. Okay, we got undefined. Now let's log in. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll log in. Okay, I'll sign in with this email and password. If I log in, I'll get the token, I'll copy it, Control C, and what I'll do is in this, while making a query, we have this something called as header. Now in this header we can add authorization and the value of that will be token. So I'll paste it here. Okay, I'll click on this checkbox to add this header for me. Okay, and now if I run it, okay, let me see if again server has, okay, now here you can see server has responded, but here also you can see that here you can see in the console 1 is logged. Okay, that means we are able to successfully get that user ID once we attach the authorization header in a request. Perfect. Now we can write logic based on it. Let's say here we can, in order to make this a protected resource, what we can do is we can simply write here we can simply write here if this user ID is not available, I'll put a note here, then we can simply throw an error. Throw new error, and you can use Apollo error or authentication error, or you can also, you can import something called as forbidden error, and you can use this also. Control V, and here if this user ID is not available, then we can send message that you must be logged in. You must be logged in or signed in, whatever you can write it. Once if we have this user ID, then this condition will false, and then we will get all the database from our users from the database. Also, one more thing that we can do here is, we are returning all the users available in the database, but also what we could do is we could return all the users except the user who is logged in. Okay, how we can write that query? So here you can click on, actually go to Prisma documentation, and here you can click on, let me scroll it to the top. Here you can click on references and click on this Prisma API reference. Here you will see there are so many examples they have provided, this related to find many. They have provided so many examples here that you can read. Okay, what I'll do is I'll click on filter conditions. Okay, and there we have we can write we can use operators and conditions, and out of it there is an operator called as not. So this we can use. Okay, so we will return all the users except the users logged in. Okay, so here what we could do is, here we can write, let me read this again, how to write this, where in our case it will be ID. is not is not equal to the user ID. Yes, so let me write it. So here what we could do is we could pass an object, and here we can write where ID. So in our user table we have ID. ID is not equal to the user ID. So the logged in user ID we have access to, right? That in context we have access to the ID of user who is logged in, so that we can pass here. So by writing this, we will get all the user except who is logged in. Okay, let's save this. Okay, and one apart from that, one more thing here we can add is we can actually sort the order. Okay, so here we can write order by, or let me write here comma first if I can add it. Order by and we can order by a created at field. We have this created at field in our schema, right? Yes, and we can order in a descending order. So for that I can add here DESC. So the user which is newly created will come on the top. So we are basically ordering it in a descending order. That means the user who is newly signed up, he will come on the top. It will come on the top. Okay, perfect. Yes, so let's sign couple of more users and then we will test this API. Okay, so let me sign up couple of users here. So what I'll do is let me sign up Mukesh, Mukesh Kumar, and password will be, email will be mukesh@mukesh.com. Okay, let's sign up this user. Okay, perfect. Let's sign up couple of more. Let's say here, let me write here Suresh Kumar or Suresh Sharma or Suresh Verma, and here I can write suresh@suresh.com, and let's sign up this also. Now we have three users in our database. Perfect. Okay, now let me copy this, Control C. Okay, and let me sign in this user. So I need only email and password. Okay, let me copy email and password and let me paste it here. Control V, and let me sign in. So I got the token for this Suresh user, right? So I'll copy this token, Control C, and while making a query to get all the users, now I'll attach token of Suresh. So I should get all the users except Suresh. Okay, so let's try it, huh? If I run it now, let me see if that server has restarted or not. And now, we are still getting Suresh. Okay, let me again run it. Okay, now we didn't get. Sometimes this nodemon actually sucks. I don't know why. I need to update it. But see, we are our query is working. Our authentication is working. Perfect. So we implemented authentication, authorization, and we learned so much of the advanced stuff. So that's it for this video. In the next video, we will add some more functionality to our application. Alright, so let's continue further. So now in this section, we will start using Apollo client. Okay, so Apollo client is used basically to consume the GraphQL API. So in this video, we will understand why we need Apollo client on the first place. So first of all, I'll show you a general way of consuming GraphQL APIs, okay, without using Apollo client. Okay, so what I have done is I have opened the root folder in my VS Code, that is GraphQL paid course, and here I have all the correlated to my GraphQL API. Okay, and here I have client folder also. So for now, again, if you want to start a development server, you have to start individually. So let's say in order to start Node.js server, here we have to type nodemon, and before starting node server we should also start XAMPP. Okay, yep, that's required here, nodemon, and let me start this. Yep, and here I can type nodemon server.js. Okay, and to start the React server I have to open a terminal in client directory and here you can type npm start. Okay, yes. So now let's assume, okay, I'll show you how you can basically consume GraphQL API without using Apollo client. So let's say, let me open one component, let's say any component. Let's say maybe we can open yeah, chat screen. Okay, let's say in this chat screen we will show all the messages, right? So with the, so let's see how we can consume that API, GraphQL API. So what we will do is, let's say here we have to first of all import use state, and we have to initialize the state. Let's say const, we will have all messages. Okay, and then to update the messages, once we have, you know, the messages available, we will update this state. So for that we have to create set messages, and initially we can keep this an empty array maybe. Okay, and then let me create a function, let's say get all messages. Okay, and what this function will do is basically, what we want to do, let's go to our GraphQL first, and let's go to our schema. To get all the messages we have to execute this query, right? Okay, so how can we do that? So basically we have to make a post request, right? So whenever we want to consume GraphQL API, that will always be a post request that we have already understood in our introduction videos. So what we will have to do here is we can use fetch. Okay, so we can use fetch, and we want to make a network request to http:// local host and 4000 / here is our GraphQL server running. Okay, and here I will pass a second argument here, and that will be method. Method will always be post. Okay, no matter if you want to get some data, or you want to post, or you want to mutate some data, I should say that way. If you want to get data or you want to mutate data, method will always be post here. Okay, and here you have to add a header, headers, and headers will be, first of all we will be passing a JSON data. For that, here we have to add content type, content type, and that will be application/JSON. and apart from that, let's say you have to attach a token, if that's because this is a protected resource, right? Yeah, that's a protected resource. Let me show that. Let's go to our resolvers. Yes, this is a protected resource, right? So we have to also attach a header or attach a token in our headers. So here you have to add a authorization, and that will be equal to the token, okay, that we will add later. Okay, apart from that, here we will have to add a body. Okay, what data we want to post. So here we have to add JSON.stringify. So basically you have to stringify the object before passing. Okay, and now inside this object we will have something called as query property. Okay, if you want to query data or you want to mutate data, you have to write here query property only. Okay, whether you want to mutate data or query data, here you will write always query property. Okay, and this will be, here we have to use backticks. Okay, and here we can paste a sample query. Let me first go to my GraphQL playground. Okay, and let me copy a sample query here to get all the messages. Yeah, message by user. Here is our messages. In header we have token. Okay, let me run this. If this query can run successfully. Yep, it is running. Okay, so let me copy this query, Control C, and here I'll paste this query. Okay, so inside backtext you have to add your query, and see, to this query we have to pass a variable, right? Let's say if you want to pass a variable, here you have to create one more property, variables, variables, and that will be again an object. So we can copy it from here, Control C, and Control P, like so, and let's copy this token. Okay, Control C, and here let me paste this token also. RIZEDITIN. Okay, and okay, once it's done, once we have the data, then we can add then, and first of all we have to parse the data which we have got into JSON, and then finally we will get the data. And after data you may have to update your state, right? Update state. Okay, that's a typical way you will execute your queries or mutation without using Apollo client. Okay, let's try it. This should work too. Okay, this should work, I guess. So let me open my console and we should be able to see the data once I open my chat screen. If I click on here, let's see, we should get logged here, the data. Oh, actually, my bad. We have to call this function somewhere, right? So let's say I want to, here when our components loads up, I want to make this network request automatically. For that we have to import use effect hook, use effect hook. Okay, and here let me minimize this message, and here we have to use this use effect, and here we have to pass the function, and this function automatically gets executed whenever a component mounts, and here I can call this get all messages function. Okay, let's save this, and now in the console we should see something. I think my Apollo server is not running. Is it? We got the error because I don't know, server is not running, it seems like. Let me type here node server again. And it's working now. Let me refresh this. And there you go. Here you can see we have got the data, and it has these messages, message by user, when we have 3 messages. So this is how you can consume your GraphQL API on your client side using fetch. But if you will notice the amount of code that we have written, first of all we initialize the state, and then we use effect, and then we used this so lengthy code. So this is what we call it as state management. Okay, so this state management related to server, okay, related to data that we get from the server, this Apollo client will automate it for us. Okay, so Apollo client provides us hooks, use query, use mutation that will reduce this line of code, and it will help us in managing the state. Okay, yes, so that's the main advantage of using Apollo client. Apart from that, it has many advantages. It also caches the data so that your website runs fast. Okay, your content gets loaded very quickly because it caches the data, and that you will get to know when we will start using it. So that's it for this video. We will continue further in the next one. Alright, so let's start using Apollo client from this video onwards. So what I'll do is, first of all, I'll get rid of this code that I wrote in previous video, because we will not be doing things this way. Okay, yep. Okay, that's done. Now let's install it. So I have opened the documentation of Apollo client. We will follow the documentation. So I'll copy this command, Control C, and I'll open my React terminal. Oh, it's compiling. Okay, let me open another terminal, or yeah, I can open another terminal here in client, inside my client directory, and I'll do a right click. Now here, while installing Apollo client, okay, hear me out on this. I'll install the specific version, that is 3 point, let me see here, which is the latest version, 3.5.10. 3.5.10. So I would also recommend that you also install the same version, so that you and we both can be on the same page. Okay, yes, let's enter. And let's wait for a few seconds. And it's done, it seems. Okay, so I can close it. And okay, let's follow the documentation. So we have to import couple of things, and then we have to install, we have to initialize our client. Okay, and then we have to provide the client to a React application like this, and then we can start using it. Yeah, perfect. So what I'll do is I'll copy this much amount of code. Okay, Control C, and uh, we can put this code in our index.js. This is the entry file. Here we have our app component, which is the root level component. Okay, so I can basically paste this code here, and here after this browser router, here I can add Apollo provider, and let me Control X and wrap my app component with Apollo provider, and now I can provide my client here by adding a client prop, and the value of that will be the client constant that we have created here. Okay, and here URI we have to change. So here we have to provide the URI where our GraphQL API is running. So that is this URL. Okay, Control C and Control V. That's it. That's it. And these two things we do not need it. Okay, so that now that we have added a Apollo client in a React application, now we can start using hooks.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a star freelancer.
Alright, let's start using the hooks that Apollo client provides us. So what I'll do is I will close this actually, and I'll close this. First of all, I'll open my app.js. Okay, and let me comment this home screen, and let me uncomment this. So later we will add a functionality so that once the user is logged in, they can see the home screen component. Okay, that we will add little later. But first of all, let's go to our auth screen. Okay, so the first hook that we will be learning is use mutation. So we can use this use mutation to basically make a mutation request. Okay, for example, in our case, we have to sign up a user. Okay, so we will have to import use mutation. Okay, let's import it. Import something from @Apollo client, and the name of the hook is use mutation, like so. Okay, yep. And we have to initialize the hook. Since it's a hook, so we have to initialize it on the top. That will be equal to use mutation, and here we have to pass our query, mutation query, or mutation operation, I can say. So what we can do is here in the source, okay, we can create one folder. Okay, and let's give it a name of maybe GraphQL, GraphQL. Okay, and here what I'll do is I'll create a file called as mutations, mutations.js, like so. And here let me copy the mutation to sign up a user. Okay, yep. So here I'll copy this code, and we will have to import, first of all, yeah, we will have to import something from GraphQL, and that is GQL. Okay, and let's export this. Okay, so I'll export the mutation query, export const, so that I can use it in other files. Const, and let's give this mutation name maybe sign up, signup, sign up underscore user, everything in capital letter. Okay, and then I can use GQL and then backticks, and here I can basically pass the query. Here I can paste the query, or mutation operation I should say, not query. Okay, yep. So this mutation operation expects us to pass this variable that we will be passing while calling the function. Okay, Yeah, so since now I have exported it, now I can pass this sign up user operation, mutation operation here. So I'll pass up sign up user. If I click on it, VS Code will automatically import it for me. Okay. Now this use mutation provides us two elements. First is the function which we can call when an event occurs, for example on click of button. So let's give that function name of maybe sign up user. Okay, and then it provides a second element where, let's say, when the user is getting signed up, so basically we have data and we have loading and we have error. We have these three things available to us. So while our request is processing, we will have access to the loading, and loading will be true in that case. Once our request is successfully processed, at that time we will have the data available. Okay, that is the user details. Okay, so our GraphQL API is responding us with the detail of the user who is signing up, that we will get access to in data once it's available, and if we have any error while processing the request, that also we can get access to. Okay, yes. So here when we need to sign up a user, so we have this handle submit. So whenever our form submits, then we can sign up. Okay, so instead of doing a log here first of all I'll add a if condition. If login show login, yeah, so if show login is true, in that case we have to sign in user. Okay, we have to sign in user. Okay, else we have to sign up. Okay, yeah. So sign up logic we will write inside else. So we can use this sign up user method, and here we have to pass an object. Basically we have to pass this variable, right, user new. Okay, so I'll copy this, and here we have to write user new, or not like this. Here basically we have to write variables, 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 and then again it will be an object, and here it will be user new. Okay, and then the user new will be equal to the form data. Okay, yes. So make sure that here the name that you have given here, first name, last name, and email, password, that should this name, okay, that should match the schema. Okay, that should match here. Okay, first name, last name, email, and password. Okay, as you will get an error. Okay, because we are passing our form as it is, right? We are passing our form data as it is, right? And inside this form data, our state which is an empty object, here the key are decided based on the what name that we have given, right? Okay, to these fields. So that's why here this name should match our schema. Okay, yeah, that is this schema, user input. Okay, so so that's done, I think. Yeah, we are good. Okay, now once the user is signed up, okay, then what we can do is, maybe let's say, if I can write this way. Okay, if loading is true, at that time what I can do is I can return maybe a box. Do we have box here? Yeah, we have box, and inside this box let me add a parenthesis here actually. Yeah, and inside this box we will have first of all circular progress bar. So I'll import the circular progress bar component here. Circular progress bar, and then we will have typography, typo typography with a variant at 6, and let's say here I can write maybe you authenticating. Okay, yep. And once we have the data, okay, so once we have the data, where is our form? Okay, before this please login or sign up text, here I can add a condition here. Once we have the data, Okay, so what I'll do is, first of all, I'll rename this data actually, because we will be, next video we will be initializing one more use mutation hook. So let's rename this data to, let's say, sign up data, sign up data, and rename this loading to, let's say, L1, and rename this error to, let's say, E1. Okay, oh, not like this, uh, E1. Okay, yep. And here what we can do is, here we can add a condition that if sign up data we have that, then in that case we will return, uh, here we have actually alert, in material UI we can use this green alert. Okay, so let me copy this alert which has this CVRT success. Okay, control C, and first of all let me import this as well from here, alert, and I can paste it here. And here what I can do is, here I can write, uh, here I can write, once the user is sign up, so from the sign up data I can access sign up user. Okay, what is the name of our mutation? It's sign up user. So we will have a key with the name sign up user, and then it will have all the details, first name, last name. Okay, sign up, and here I have to write sign up user, and then I can access, let's say, first name. Okay, and here I can write, this user is signed up, SIGNUP signed up. Okay, yep. Perfect. Okay, and let's say if we have any error. Okay, so if we have any error, okay, for example, when we are trying to sign up a same user, at that time we will have an error, right? So here at that time what we can do is, we can copy this red alert with a red background, control C, and here then we can show this, and here we will show the message from the error, e1 dot message. Okay, perfect. So I think we are good. Let's test this out now. Okay, oh wow, GQL was not found in GraphQL. My bad. So GQL is basically in Apollo client, my bad. So we have to here write @Apollo client. Yep, let's save this, and this should fix the issue. Loading is not defined, where? In auth screen. Okay, let me see where the loading is. If okay, here we have to write L1 now. Perfect, no problem. Okay, let's sign up first of all, and let me open the console. If we have any error, then that we can get to know about it. Okay, here let's say we will sign up a new user, right? So let's give it a nice name, maybe Hitesh, and let's say Hitesh Sharma. Email will be hitesh@hitesh.com. Password will be 12345. If I click on sign up, authenticating, I saw that authentication screen, and here I can see Hitesh is signed up. All right, perfect. This looks so awesome. I love it. Okay. So we can little bit work on this loading screen actually. Let me make it to true actually here for now. Okay, let's work on this. Okay, let's make it center, right? So in order to center this, what I can do is, basically I can add another box. Okay, and now to the root box to this root box, I can add little style. So I can basically add display of flex and justify content. See, content will be center and align item will also be center to center it both horizontally and vertically, and also we have to give it a height also so that it can center vertically. So let me give it 100 VH, the whole screen size basically. Okay, let's save this and this should look good now. Yep, perfect. It's looking beautiful. Yep. And to this box I can basically give text align, and that will be center to center the circular actually progress bar. Okay, let's save this and perfect. Now it's looking perfect. So we will continue in the next video. Alright, now let's add the logic for logging in. Okay, here let me here write again L1. Yep, and one more thing that I noticed is we should add required to these all fields so that user cannot submit this form with the empty fields, right? So this is a small validation that we can add here. Again, let's do this. Yep. So now let's save this, and here if I try to sign up, okay, these all are mandatory now. Perfect. Yep. So let me here. So let's first of all write a mutation here, mutation operation for logging in or signing in. Forms, let's say here we can give them, let's give it a login name. Okay, login user, and again that will be equal to GQL, and here we can paste the operation. Let me get it from here. So let me control C, and here let's paste here. Okay, so this time we have to pass a variable user sign in, and it will have email and password only. Perfect. So first of all, in our screen we have to import this login user, and I can put my cursor here and I can press Alt Shift down key to duplicate this line of code, and here I will pass login user this time. Okay, and then here I can write login username. I can give login user, and I can call this function when some event occurs, and here I can, to this data I can rename this data to, let's say, login data, and loading will be E2 this time and error will be E2 this time, E2. Okay, and here I can basically add OR here. Okay, if L2 is true, then also we will show the circular progress and this authenticating text here. Okay, and here when show login is true, here we can login user, right? So here I'll call this login user mutation, and I'll pass the object, and here it will have variables, and this time variable will be this user sign in, control C and control V, and this will be again equal to form data. Okay, like so. So that's done here. We could also write everything on a new line actually, that makes little, code little bit of the clean to look. Okay, yeah, like this looks better, right? Or we can keep it. Okay, you can do the refactoring later. Yeah, so let me think of it, right? Once we have this login data, we can write a if condition, or the better way would be here also I can add a comma, and here object, here also we have on completed. Okay, on completed has access to the data. Okay, here also we can get access to the data. This is the perfect place let's say you want to do something when the request gets successful, right? This is the perfect place where you can do. Okay, yeah, because let's say if you add a condition like this, let's say if once the login data is available, lo login data is available, then do something. This also you can add, but this code can run multiple times, because if some state changes, this will again re-render, so it will run multiple times. So it's better that instead of writing this way, here add on complete and then do the logic. Okay, so once this user is logged in, what we will do now here is, first of all, we have to change our application level state. So we need to create here state so that we can re-render these components. Once the user is logged in, we can re-render this app component so that this app component can show the home screen. Okay, and also we have to store the token in our local storage. We have to store the token somewhere in the browser, either in the local storage or either in the cookie, so that we can access the protected resources later. So later we can attach that token in our headers. Okay, yeah. So here what we can do is, first of all, we can store it in local storage. We can easily access local storage from JavaScript API. That's why it's a little convenient to store the token and in local storage, so that we can easily write logic based on the token if we have or not in our local storage. That's why it's little convenient for us developer to write the logic. That's why we store the token in local storage. So let's give this a key of JWT, and the value of this will be, we will have login data, or here I can write data. In data we will have access to sign in user, right? What is the name of this operation? Sign in user, right? So we will have this sign in user, and here we will have JWT or token. What's the name of we will have token. Okay, control C and control V. Okay, yep. And then we have to change our state. Okay, that we will do later. Okay, for now let's try this if logging in works or not. Okay, so what I'll do is, first of all, here where is my application? Yeah, here I'll open my local storage. I think I have the token already. Okay, from my previous application. Okay, so I'll clear it, and now let's log in. Okay, let's try to log in this user that we signed up, right? And password will be 12345. Let's click on login, authenticating, and it seems like it's logged in. And let me here reload this. Okay, so I think it didn't work, or what? We do not have token here. On complete local storage, JWT set data sign up user token. Okay, let me do a console.log also here. Console.log and then the data. Okay, yep. Here, let me log in again. 12345. Log in. And first of all, let me see on the console. User doesn't exist with that email. Oh, my bad. That's the error, I think so. Okay, so if we have any error, that also we should show, huh? Okay, so here what I'll do is, here I'll duplicate this line. If we have any error, let's say if we have this E2 available, then also here we can show the message. Okay, yep. Okay, let's here try to sign up this user again. I think that's the correct email that I have entered. 12345. Login. User doesn't exist with that email. Okay, so seems like the email is wrong here. Why this loading is never becoming false here? That's also an issue, it seems like. To do a lot of work, it seems like. Okay, So let me look into my database, or actually I can spin up my studio, Prisma Studio actually here. Npx Prisma Studio. All right, so this is the correct email. Okay, so let me copy this and sign up with this, or we can pick any email, right? Yeah, I just want to see if it is storing in local storage or not. 1 2 3 4 5, log in, and now let me go to my, okay, I can see the log here. Okay, perfect. And here in my application I have the token. Okay, perfect. So that is working. Okay, but if I enter a wrong email here, then it's seems like it's loading forever. Oh wow, this time it worked. I don't know why this is happening. This time it's worked, right? That's why I was wondering why this loading was spinning up forever, because that should not happen, because once we have the error, then that loading will become false. Yeah, it's working, it seems like now. Let me try this again. Yep, it works. Perfect. Perfect. So yeah, now what we need to do here, okay, now uh we have to re-render our app. Okay, now for to achieve this functionality, we should have some, global state management, for example Redux or context API. But I do not want to dive into that stuff, because this is not a React course. This is more focused towards the GraphQL related stuff. Okay, so I'll keep things simple. I will not use Redux or context API. Instead, what I'll do is, here I'll create a state, because I will create my state here, and I'll pass things as a prop to these components. Okay, yep, that you will get to know here. So basically we have to create state in app, okay, so that we can re-render the app component whenever that state changes. Okay, yeah, so here it will be use state like so, and let's say here I can write maybe logged and set logged in. Okay, yep, and logged in I can write it maybe logged in. Okay, and here if we have JWT in our local storage, hello, see local storage dot, this time I will use get item. I'll get JWT. If we have this JWT key available in our local storage, at that in that case we will return true, else we will return false. Okay, now here we can basically add ternary here, right? So here what I'll do is, if logged in is true, control C, then we will show the home screen, control X, and boom, else we will show our auth screen. Simple logic. Okay, now, okay, it seems like something I missed here. What is wrong here? Home screen is declared but never used. I think we have to add an empty fragment here. Looks like. Yeah. Okay, we have to return a component on the root level. Yeah, so anyway, now we should also be able to change this state so that we can re-render our app component, right? If let's say user gets logged out, or if user gets logs in, then we have to change this state also. Okay, yep, and for that I will pass to both these, I will pass the set login as a prop. Okay, so I'll pass here set login, and the value of that will be set logged in. Okay, and I'll copy this and I'll pass the same to my home screen also. Okay, let's save this. And here in my auth screen, here once the user gets logged in, we will store the token and we will have access to the prop that is logged in, right? Control V. Yep. Yeah, so we have access to the set logged in prop. Okay, we have passed it from here, right? And that's a simple function, and here that function we can call it simply set logged in, and that will be true. Okay, yep. Let's save this and let's try this functionality, huh? Okay, so let me clear this first of all, and now I will refresh this, so I will be back to my authentication screen. Okay, and here let me log in again. Let's pick any user. Let's pick this bad boy. Okay, and let me paste the email here, and password will be 12345. Login, authenticating, and boom, there you go. We can see the home screen. Our app component got re-rendered. Beautiful. Let's add the functionality to logout also. Now this logout is present in sidebar, I think so. So let me think. First of all, we have this set logged in available in our home. Okay, so let me first get this in my home. So that's the pain here, right? We should have used context API to pass this data through provider, right? That would have been more easier way, but that will take little bit of extra efforts. Okay, so I'm keeping things simple. Where is my home screen? Here is my home screen. Here I'll basically destructure this set login. Control C, Control V. Okay, and again I will pass it as a prop to my sidebar. Okay, Control C, and in sidebar, I think, let me open my sidebar. I have the icon of logout. Yep, here it is. Okay, so here I can add on click. First of all, we will clear our local storage. Okay, first of all, local storage dot remove item, and we have to remove that JWT, and then we will basically destructure. From here we will destructure set login, and we will make it to false. Okay, set logged in, and we will make it to false, like so. Let's save this, and this should work according to me. Okay, so see, we have this in our local storage. Now if I click on logout, I am back to login screen, and also the token is removed. Perfect. Okay, so that's it for this video. We will continue in the next one. Alright, so let's keep going. So let's say when the user is logged in, let me pick any random user. Control C, Control V, Suresh@suresh.com 12345, login. And once we are logged in here, we should show the users who are available in our database except the user who is logged in, right? Because again, we do not want to chat with ourselves, right? That's why we are showing all the users except the who is logged in. Yeah, so we already have a query for that. Okay, so if I go in our resolvers, and we already have a query users, and it returns all the users except who is logged in. Okay, yep. So we can execute this query from a client side, that is React application. Okay, so let me here open my sidebar. This is the perfect place. Here we can execute it, right? Okay, here we have our static array of users. Now we can make it dynamic, or I should say we will fetch it from a GraphQL server. Perfect. Okay, so yeah, so we have to do a couple of things here. We will be using, to achieve this functionality, we will be using a use query hook that is provided by Apollo client. Okay, so basically we have to initialize it and we have to pass a query to it, and this query will automatically get executed when our component loads up. Okay, so we do not have to call any function when some event occurs. This query will automatically get executed. So first of all, let me here in my GraphQL folder create a new folder, queries.js. Okay, and I'll copy some of the stuff from here, Control C, and I'll paste little bit of the boiler code here. I'll get rid of this thing, and here let's give this query a name of, let's say, get all users, like so. Okay, and let me here open my playground, and I'll copy this query and paste it in my, oh, is it not running? Let me see. Okay. So here we have get all users query with us. Okay, let me execute this, and that's here we should have authorization, and authorization should have the token. Okay, so we should have token attached in our header. This is a protected resource. Okay, yeah, so that also we have to write the logic in our React side. So here I can paste this query. Okay, yep, and now let's go to our sidebar. Yep, and here let me get rid of this, or let me comment this for now, and here we can, what we can do is basically we can write use query, and I'll hit enter. It will automatically get imported from Apollo client, and here I'll pass get all users. It automatically gets imported. Now here I need three things from use query hook. It gives us three things. Okay, first is the loading. So while the data is getting fetched, the loading will be true, and let's say once we have the response, then that we can get in data, and if we have any error while making a request, that also we can access. So these three things we want. Okay, yep. And for now what I can do is, first of all, I can, let's say here write, let me write it here. Yeah, if the loading is true, then I can return, maybe for now, do we have typography imported already? Yes, typography, and I can here give variant of, let's say, h6 and loading chats. Okay, and then let's say once we have the data, I can log it, right? Yeah, if we have the data available, for now let's console.log it. Now if I run it now, if let's save this and let's see what happens. I should get error in my console that user is not logged in. Let me also log that error. If we have any error, then please log it. Console.log error.message. Okay, let's log these three things. So let me open my React application, and let me here, oh, users is not defined. Okay, let me uncomment this for now. Let's save this. Yep, I want to see my console here. Okay, it's loading chats, and here you can see we have got error, you must be logged in. So we are not logged in, that's why we didn't get any response. Okay, that's why we didn't get anything in our data. So how can we log in? So basically we have a token in our local storage, right? We have a token in our local storage. We have to include this token in headers while making this request. How can we achieve this? So for some reason, is it not running? Yeah, it's running. Here in the documentation, scroll down, and here you will find something called as authentication. Inside networking here, you will find this authentication. Click on it. So if we scroll down here, they have mentioned the step that you can follow to attach the token in your headers. Okay, so first of all, what you have to do is you have to import something called a set context, and then we have to basically get the token from local storage, and we are basically returning headers. We are spreading everything that we have in headers, and we are overriding this authorization, and we are adding our token here. Okay, that's the steps that we have to follow to attach the token in the request. Okay, we will follow it. So let me here, what I can do is I can, first of all, I can copy this whole code, I think. Yep, let's do it. Control C, and I will open my React app, and here let me open my index.js. Okay, yep, we have to open this, and let me paste the code which I copied. Here it is. Okay, and here we have HTTP link. Okay, perfect. Okay, no problem. Here we have to pass this control C. I'll copy my GraphQL URL and I'll pass that here. Okay, our GraphQL is running on this URI, and rest everything we can keep it. Okay, and here we do not have to add any bearer or something like that. I can get rid of this, and here I can add a simple or. Let's say if we have the token, then attach it in authorization, else we can attach an empty string. And here instead of writing token, we have to write JWT. Our name of our key is JWT. Or we can do it directly here. Let me control X and let me directly put this here, right? We can reduce the line of code here. Yep. So that's how we can add the token in our authorization. And now we have to add this link. Okay, and we have to write auth-link.concat and pass HTTP link. Okay, no issues. Here instead of writing URI, this time we have to, I will comment this line of code, and here we have to pass URI. Okay, and that will be HTTP link dot concat or auth-link dot concat auth-link dot concat, and here I'll pass HTTP link, like so. That's the syntax. Okay, that's the syntax we have to follow. We can't do anything here. That's the syntax that we have to follow here. Okay, and I can get rid of this URI. Get rid of URI. Yep. And here instead of writing URI, we have to write link. Yeah, that's important here. Don't forget to add this link instead of URI, right? Yep. That's all we need. Okay, let me save this and I'll reload, and I should get all the users in my console now. Create HTTP link is not defined. Okay, that also we have to import, right? Yep, from Apollo client we have to import create HTTP link. Okay, let's save this, and now in our console we should be able to see all the users here. So our chat is loading. Okay, here you can see we have all the users from our database. Right now we have 3 users. We can see the details here. Okay, yep. So let's open a sidebar now, and now I can actually get rid of this thing. Okay, I will completely remove this. Okay, our application will break because here we are using that users. Just wait for few seconds. Here if the loading is true, we are showing loading chats. That this I can remove. Okay, we already know that we are getting details here, and if we have any error, we are logging it. That's fine. Okay, we are logging it. That's fine. Apart from this, yeah, now we have in data we have users, right? In data we have this users, and that's array. Okay, so what we can do here is simply here we can write data dot users dot map. That's it. And it should work. Okay, let's save this, and now this should work. Alright, now these users are coming from our database. Beautiful, awesome. I love it. Right. So we have achieved this functionality. Now, there are a lot of things that you should know about this use query. Okay, I'll tell you those. Let me go back to my use query. So first of all, let's say here I would like to tell you about the caching, a little bit about the caching. So what this use query does, it basically what it does, it executes a query, and whatever the response, whatever the data we get from a GraphQL server, it caches that. Okay, let's say now if I log out from my application and if I relog in, then it will not make a network call. It will directly fetch these users from our cache. So it's optimizing the network calls here, right? So that's what this use query hook does for it. So here are different fetch policies. So the that one I told you right now is the cache first policy. What it does, it caches the data. Okay, and when we visit the same component one more time, it will directly load the data from the cache. We call it as cache first, so it will not make a network call for the second time. Okay, yes, if we have the data in cache, it will load directly the data from cache and it will not make a network call. Okay, you can read this description here, and we have couple of more here. Let's say we can use this cache and network also. What it does, it first takes the data from our cache, and then parallelly it also makes a network call and it see if we have some updated data or not, and it also updates the UI simultaneously. So this is also a good policy that you can use here. Okay, yeah, and you can read here more what all different policies we have. These two are frequently used in real world, so you can keep a note of it. Okay, so basically you can pass an object to it, and here you can pass fetch policy and which policy you want to use. This is the default. Okay, fetch first is the default here. Yep. So apart from that, let's say you can also import a refetch. Okay, here from also here you can also import something called as refetch. Let's say and you can call this refetch function on when some event occurs. Let's say on click of button, let's say a new user will sign up in an application, then in that case this is not going to be loaded in real time, right? This user is not going to be loaded in the real time. Let's say we can provide a button here so that user can click on this refresh button and this query will execute again, and here you can see the newly signed up user. Okay, but for now we do not need it. So I think that's it for this use query, and we will continue further in the next one. All right, so let's keep going. So now let's say if I click on a user, I can see the chat screen, but this is the static data, right? Now we can make it dynamic. Now if you remember from the previous video, we have couple of messages exchanged between this Mukesh and the logged in user who is Suresh, right? We have couple of messages exchanges, so maybe we can show the messages here. Okay, yep. So for that we have to open our chat screen component, and we have already the ID of the name, right, available in our chat screen, right? So all we have to do is here, let's me first create a query for it. I'll export const and let's give it a name of, let's say get message. Okay, and GQL backticks here, and here from my sandbox I can copy this messages by user, and we have to pass this query variable, right? Receiver ID, yes. Control C and Control V. Okay, and that's it. And then we can basically initialize my use query hook here. Use query, and here I can pass get all message. It will automatically import it for me, and then Now I can destructure couple of things from use query. One is the data and then loading and error. Okay. Apart from that, we also have to pass a variable. Okay, so here we have to pass. I can add a comma here, and here I can pass variables. Okay, and variables I have to pass ID. Oh, not ID, receiver ID. Let me copy it. Yeah, this one. Control C, not this one. Control C, and let me save this files. And here receiver ID, and receiver ID will be equal to the ID that we are getting from the parameter, right? Let's say I'm logged in as Suresh and I want to send message to this Mukesh. Okay, so Mukesh ID is 2 that we have already access to, right? So that's the receiver ID. So here I'll pass ID. But hold on, there is a mistake here. So whenever we access something from a parameter, that value we get in a string form, that we get it in a string form, but this id should be number here, it should be integer here. So we have to convert this string value to integer value. So for that I'll add a plus in front of it. So we can add plus in front of it to convert it into a integer. All right, we are done here, and all now we have to do is here we have to iterate in this thing data. Okay, yeah. So what we can do is here, first of all, uh, mm, let's log it first. Okay, let me first log all the details. Console.log. I'll just log the data. Okay. Let's save this and let me see if I'm able to get it or not. Yep, you can see we are able to get it. Okay, perfect. So we have inside this data, we have messages by user. Okay. So here what I can do is I can first of all comment these two lines. This is the static data we have, and here what I could do is basically if the loading is true, okay, in that case I can return a typography. Maybe variant will be at 6, and we can write loading chats, and else I can add else we have to iterate. So in the data we have messages by user key, right? I can copy this and I can paste it in here, and I can iterate in it using this map. Okay, and we will get individual messages. Okay, and then we can return this message card component here, control X and control V. Okay, so we have to pass couple of things to here. So we have to pass text that we have already access. So we have already access to text. Okay, so here I can write message dot text. Okay, and then date also we have access to in created date. Okay, so here I can write message dot created at, and direction. Okay, so this is little tricky. Okay, here we have to write a logic. So let me think of it. Here what we can do is here we can compare the id, right? Because id is the different. Okay, yeah, so we have receiver id and we have sender id also. Yep. Yeah, so what we can do is, let's say if message dot receiver id is equal to the id that we are getting, this time these both value wise we can compare. This time this is a integer, this is a integer value, and this is a string value. Yeah, or I can add a plus also in front of it. Yeah, if they both are equal, then we have to show the message. That means that we have sent a message, right? In that case, so we will show the message in the end. Okay, so here if this is true, I can add a question mark, then in that case we have sent a message, so I will pass end as a direction here. Okay, else we will show it in a start. Yeah, I think this looks good. So yeah, let's save this, and now we should here see the chats. Okay, yep, perfect. Here you can see hello Suresh, what's up. So this Mukesh has sent to me and I have responded, hi Mukesh, I am good. So I am logged in as a Suresh. So again Mukesh is saying that I am recording video on GraphQL. Okay, so we have to give a key prop, and also we have to format this date. Okay, two tasks we have. So let's give this key. It's little straightforward here. Let's give this key, and key could be uh, message dot. We can use created at as our key. Perfect. And then now to format this created at, let me open my message card. Oh, we have to format this date here. So we can show the time, right? So what I could do is I can create a new date object using this. I can create a new date and I can pass this date. Okay, and now I will convert this to oh, I have to write here date, and I can convert this to my to local. Do we have something called as local? Local time string. Yeah, that's good. Let's save this, and this should fix all the issues. Okay, now I can see the time here when this was sent. Perfect. Beautiful. Our UI is so neat and clean. So in the next video, we will be adding a functionality to send a message. So that's it for this one. Alright, now let's add functionality so that we can send the message. Okay, yeah. So, first of all, I need, let me open my chat screen. Yeah, so first of all, I need, when I type on it, I need a state variable to hold the value that I am typing in it. Okay, yes, first of all, I have to import the use state. So here on the top, I'll initialize my state, use state, and I can give it name, let's say text. I think let me check, we do not have this text available variable, right? We do not have, yeah. And then set text. Okay, initially it will be empty here. Okay, yeah. And we should now here I'll add a on change I will get a event here, and then I can update my state set text, and that will be event dot target dot value, and I will make it a controlled text input. For that I can add a value here. So basically I am syncing my state variable and this text field, yeah, and it will be equal to text. Yeah, perfect. Okay, now once we are done, we should also add a button here so that we can send this message, right? So for that, I think, let me open material UI and here search for a button. So icons, and we have this material icons, and here let's search for send or send, and yeah, this one. Let me copy this, and I have to import it, Control V. Okay, and we have to wrap it in a stack. Okay, yeah. So let me first import the icon here, send icon, use the icon here. Okay, and we have to wrap these two bad boys in a stack. so that they both can be in a single row, right? Yeah. And here I'll give direction, that is row. Okay, let's save this, and we should see a button here now. Yep, we can see it, and we will increase the size of this button. Okay, so I can give here font size, and that will be large. Okay, let me save this, and yeah, perfect. So it's fine, it's looking good to me. So now let's initialize our use mutation hook here. Okay, yeah. So we will have to import a use mutation hook. Okay, so here I'll import use mutation hook, and here we have to pass the operation that we want to execute. Okay, so let me open my GraphQL folder. I'll close. See, we have so many files open here. I will close all of them. Yeah, and I can open my mutations, and here we have to write a new mutation. Okay, and let me export it. Export const. Let's say we can give it a name of send message. And I can copy it from my here create message. We have that create message, right? Yeah, so control C and control V, like so. And I think this looks good. So we have to pass two query variable here, receiver ID and text. Okay, no problem, we'll do it. Okay, so from this use mutation we will just import. We have already learned about this use mutation, right? So it gives us two things. First of all, I need to pass my operation here, that is send message. Yep, and here I will give function name. I can call this function when some event occurs, and I'll give it a name of send message. And we have access to loading and data, these all stuff, but we do not need those things. Okay, yeah. Now what we need to do, once we send a message, then somehow we need to show that message on the UI also. We have to change this data, so we can't directly change this data. So in order to do that, we have to create another state here, okay, which will hold our messages. Yep, so what we will have to do here is, here let's create a one more state here, const messages, and here set me messages, and this will be use state, and initially we will keep our array empty here. Okay, yes, and once we get the response, okay, once we get the response, that is once we have the data available, or what we could do is here also we can add on complete. Once we got the response, in that case we can access the data here, and what we will do is we will update our state. So we'll use this set messages, and here we will pass data, and data we have message by users, right? We have this message by users, which is an array, and I can pass it here, control V. Okay, like this. And now I can iterate in this messages, control C, and instead of iterating in this, I can directly iterate in messages, like so. Okay, and now we have our all messages in this messages state. What we could do is, once we send a message, okay, once we send a message, that means this operation got completed. In that case, here also I can add on complete. On complete, we will get the data from the GraphQL server. In that case, we will what we will do is we will append a message to this state, and once we do it, then again that message will show up on our UI, right? So here, to append new message to a message array, we have to use set messages, and here we will get access to our previous messages, previous message, basically previous state I should say. So I'm giving it a name of previous messages, and then what we will do is we will create a copy of it, right? So I can use a spread operator and I can spread all the previous messages, and then I can append a new one so that I can get access from data, and inside this data we will have a create message, and create message will have all the details. It will have an object in it, right? So create message is basically an object which has these ID tags, receiver ID, all of that stuff. So here I can write create message. That's it. That's we have done here. Okay, now we have to call this function. Control C and let me here call it. So here I can add on click, and on click we can here again write a function here, or yeah, I can directly call the function here only. I can call send message, and in that send message we have to pass an object, and inside that we have to pass two variables. Okay, so we have to pass receiver ID. Let me copy it. We have to pass this receiver ID. Control C, Control V, and again we have to convert this into integer ID. So I'll add a plus in front of this ID, and then we will pass text as a variable, and the value of that will be text. Okay, that already we have that text state, right? That's we are done here. Yep, we are done. We have written all the codes. Let's cross our fingers. We have written too much amount of code without testing any of these. Let me cross my fingers and let me try this. Okay, so I'm logged in as a Suresh, and if here I can type oh nice, and I can click on this button, and here you can see we have the message in our screen. Perfect. And this is the local time that I can see, which is also reflecting correctly here. Perfect. If I reload this, still this message is going to persist. It's not going to go away. Okay, and we can remove the console logs from here. Yep. So we are done here, but there's a problem. We are not receiving the messages in real time. Okay, let's say let me open another browser here. Okay, and let me here open local host 3000 and let me log in as a Mukesh. Okay, so it's not loading, it seems like. Actually I have the token already in my, let me clear that token. I have it from my previous application. Yeah, let me reload this again. Let me log in as Mukesh. So what is the email of Mukesh? I don't remember here. That's mukesh@mukesh.com. Okay, perfect. So here let me log in as mukesh@mukesh.com, and password will be 12345. I log in now, and if I open Suresh Verma here, okay, I can see the messages. And here let's say if I send a message, hey Suresh, okay, if I send it, okay, I can see on my screen, but if I open my Chrome here, I cannot see that message in real time. So we have to establish two-way communication here. Okay, if I reload this, then I will be able to see it, but I can't receive this message in real time. Okay, so that's the functionality we can achieve using GraphQL subscriptions. So that is the next functionality that we are going to add in our next section. So that's it for this video.
This video is over. Go to starfreelance.eu to download these videos, materials, and sources. Watch more videos to get premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a Starfreelancer.